DD in 2025. So, good morning, everybody. That sounds a lot more like that. So thank you so much for turning up. Exactly at 9:30 as promised is when we are starting. Because the minute we talk about development, I think this is from where we need to start. We need to start when we promise we start it. And we're so proud to be here. So privileged to be here because the conversations that are going to happen here is something that we will take back home along with us. Because this is something that's going to make us think. Because if you look at the theme of DD 2025, we surely seem to have graduated. Now it's not about finding ideas. Now it's not about finding leaders. Now we have graduated to a scale where we are talking scale. What do we do to take this idea that you have to a level where it is able to create a much larger impact? Because I still remember when I was preparing post my graduation for competitive exams, one conversation was about what is one big advantage that India has. A lot of people said a lot of things, but one of my friends mentioned that our population is our biggest advantage. And obviously the question was, why do you say so? One student gave a reason that in case of a war, we have a lot of people we can fight, which made very little sense. But then another friend of mine stepped in and said that because of our size and our population, we have our own markets. If we choose to cater to our own people, we still have a significant market for our idea, for our product, for our enterprise, so we will be able to survive. So now in India, one of the biggest factor that we need to focus on, and what we are going to be talking about today, is how do we unlock scale? This is about scaling things up now. It's not about a spark. It is not about one fabulous idea. It's not about one fabulous leader, but it's about how do we create a network using which we are able to leverage this strength that we have and reach every nook and corner of our very own Bharat. So how do we scale, unleash scale in Bharat is what we are going to be discussing today. So to all the entrepreneurs who are joining us today, to all the students who are present in the room, I think it is time for us to think big. And when I say big, I mean really, really big. How do we get there? That's what we're going to be discussing here today. How do you manage to make those right handshakes? How do you network? How do you pitch? How do you collaborate and unlock this beautiful thing called scale? We've gone past the point where we celebrate a spark. We need a wildfire, and we are hungry for that. So once again, on behalf of the organizing team, a very warm welcome to all of you for Development Dialogues 2025. A big round of applause for all the people who made it here, please. Honestly, because I'm based out of Hyderabad, I'm so used to starting at least 20 minutes late and being unapologetic about it. And I won't just blame Hyderabad. I think that's true with almost every city in India. We start maybe 20, 30 minutes late and we don't even apologize for that. But I think we have set the standards here, and rightly so. We said 9:30. At 9:29, I looked at the organizers. They were like, what are you doing here? Go on stage. You need to start. And I think that is one thing that seems to be lacking almost a decade back. And now we are catching up. So thank you so much for turning up in time so that we are able to start things. One aspect of development dialogue that I've always been in love with is how we started. We know the usual start is lighting of the lamp. But who lights the lamp is again a very important question. And at KS, TAI, Deshpande Foundation, development dialogues, the leaders are so sensible, they are so grounded, they are so aware, they understand the value of the next generation. It's important to celebrate the past, but it's also important to create a platform for the future. So as always, to light the lamp, we have three alumni of a skill program, people who have done fabulously well. And who else could we think of to light the lamp and start this dialogue where we say it's a development dialogue. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I invite on stage Pranita, Vivek and Vaishnavi to join me on stage to light the lamp and start this beautiful dialogue which promises so much and so much more. Please. I mean, if you noticed, while Pranita was lighting the lamp, she tried to get the fire off the candle, but it resisted for a long time. And I think that is the character of any tier 2, tier 3 town that we go to in India. You try to douse that fire, it will always find a way to stay ablaze. And you will see that spirit as you interact with a lot of people, a lot of students. And those are the students, those are the stories I believe are going to fuel us for maybe the next 3 or 4 decades or more. Now it's time to invite on stage a leader who's going to be delivering the welcome address. Usually we say we want a hands-on leader, a leader who has his hands and feet on the ground. But the person I'm inviting on stage, he's somebody who has his hands and feet and heart and ears on the ground, listening to, working really hard. So, ladies and gentlemen, absolute honor to invite on stage Mr. Manish Jaiswal, CEO of Deshpande Startups, to deliver the welcome address. Please put your hands together for Manish Jaiswal.
Good morning, everyone. Well, Kumbh is the most talked about word that I know over the last 3 weeks. So I thought I'll start by invoking Kumbh. Almost the entire population of America comes to a fraction of Prayagraj town from all over India and the world. And one thing that will be common across everybody who comes to Kumbh is their devotion, is their correlation, acceptance of spirituality. That will be one thing common. And today, I think there is a correlation between people who have gathered here and the Kumbh. Everybody who has come to this conference cares for social impact. Or else it is almost impossible for people to make 2-day trip, come to Hyderabad, drive to Nizamabad, stay overnight, come morning for this conference, stay for the entire day and then go back. So what binds us together also is the sense of purpose towards social impact and change. So this is the Kumbh for development for all of us. Then, it is one thing to think of social impact. A lot of people talk about change and bringing change in society, and then it's quite another to do something about it. I think all of you, when you decided to come to Nizamabad, have already become a fraction of the population who have moved from just thinking, speaking, to rather doing. So I'm working with a very small subset of population who is already quite enthused and action-oriented towards bringing about social impact. And I think that's phenomenal. In fact, just the other day, yesterday in fact, I met this entrepreneur, his name is Jagdish. Jagdish is from Bangalore. I met him at Rukmini Chambers, our current Kakatiya Sandbox office. And he was there on the side sitting. And I asked him, Ki Jagdish, and he looked, somebody who has not drank water for a lot of time. He looked hungry as well. I said, where do you come from? He said, I'm come from Bangalore. And he took a train to Anantapur. From Anantapur, he came to Nizamabad. He has taken a hotel probably 15 kilometers far from this conference venue. And he has been moving around in the town on an auto just to attend this conference, just to attend Sangat, just to go to K-Hub. And I am so excited to actually witness many more Jagdish here. And he's a founder of a company that creates technology for PGs called PG5. So I'm so excited there will be so many more Jagdish in this crowd that I will discover, and I encourage all of you also to discover. Conferences, and I spoke about it in the previous year conference as well. There are issues on the ground that impacts masses, but they always get discussed in small groups in urban centers among certain people. So conferences have moved to big cities. It is almost as if conferences are designed for the convenience of speakers and moderators and not for the actual community for which they have gathered together to solve the problem. And one thing that I'm so proud about Development Dialogue is two things. One, when we do a conference, we make sure that everybody we work for is right here in this crowd. So you'll turn around, you'll see these blue t-shirts. All of them are the students that we work with. Their parents are also here. The teachers are also here. The recruiters are here who recruit these students and put them to jobs. I see Anji right here. The local educational ecosystem that is here, that is also prevalent here. That's very unique about it. When you talk about entrepreneurship, the wannabe entrepreneurs, the current entrepreneurs, the investors, all of them gathered here. So it's like co-creating a solution or dialogue with people who you work with. And then also to do it right in the heart of Bharat. That's also extremely important. You don't take the issues away from them and do it in some remote corner that's convenient to you. You do it in the place where it matters to them, where it is convenient for them to come and actually participate in the dialogue. Had this conference happened in Hyderabad or Bangalore, it would have been impossible to take so many students and their parents to Hyderabad. And they would never just know, are their issues being even represented right? Is it being aptly put forward? And do they have voice on the table? At best, we could have taken one of them and put them in the conversation, at best. That is all we could have done. So that's something that I'm really proud about. In this conference, while some dialogue will happen here, a lot will happen on the parallel venue that is towards your right. You will have a entire session just on skilling. You will have an entire session on student entrepreneurship. There will be a session where alumni of our program actually have gathered upstairs to talk about what they have gained from this program and by working through the skilling program and eventually creating impact for themselves and their family. There's also a new thing that we have inculcated this time in Development Dialogue. It's called Focus Forums, where the idea is to put 60, 70 strangers together and encourage them to dialogue on a particular topic or solve a particular problem. And the idea is not that they will be able to solve the problem in 60 minutes, but imagine putting great minds together for 30 minutes around a problem, the kind of bond that will create. And we encourage that those bonds will go outside of this conference and create great value in their own lives and for the sector, of course. This time's theme, and Harish talked about it, unlocking scale in Bharat. I believe that, Bharat is like that, scaling into Bharat is like that unpaved road. Nobody has any idea how to really scale in Bharat. Government is trying one way, corporates are trying another way, NGOs are trying another way, startups are trying to approach the same market in another way. Everybody's trying their own way. But imagine if all of them were to come together and do something together and make that highway into the Bharat. I think the odds of success will be much higher. Over the just last 12 months, we have partnered with many organizations like Karya, Coursera. We have partnered with organizations like Care India for many of the programs. And all we did is we made our social infrastructure, our social highway into the community available to the partners. And what we realized that if we use our highway, the cost to create the same amount of impact that if one were to do without this connection, network into the society, would be a lot higher. So they're able to deliver a lot more just because they're leveraging the highways that we have created into the communities. And I think that's the essence that I think we need to capture in this conference, where how can we partner together so that we are leveraging each other's strengths and then making inroads into the community. Despite that, it will be very difficult. I think one analogy I could find is that scaling Mount Everest. If you scale Mount Everest, if you scale it together in batches, your odds of success are going to be higher and odds of fatalities are going to be lower. And I think scaling in Bharat will also be like scaling Mount Everest. So let's do it together. Let's scale in Bharat through partnerships and through togetherness. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Manish, for setting the context so beautifully. Yes, we need those highways, we need those expressways, and that's exactly why we are here. So next up, I would like to invite on stage somebody who sparked a lot of what we are experiencing here. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I invite on stage Mr. Raju Reddy, co-founder Kakatiya Sandbox, to deliver his address.
Thank you, Harish. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Lovely, lovely. Thank you, thank you. A very warm welcome to all the leaders from business, academia, government, and various walks of life that are here. How many of you are here for the first time at a DD? Oh, quite a few. Okay. So, a special welcome to you all. Before I begin, what do you say about Manish? Fantastic job, isn't it? Amazing young man. He's actually helped build the Kakatiya Sandbox over the last 3 years here. And a few months ago, he got promoted to be the CEO of the Deshpande Startups, the entity that runs all our startup programs, both in Hubli as well as here in Telangana. And, we can't be more thrilled than that. And we also have a new leader, Praveen Mutyalu. Where is Praveen? Yeah, Praveen, welcome him. He just joined us recently, I guess 2 weeks ago, as the head of Kakatiya Sandbox. He will come later on in the day and talk to you. So Praveen actually worked with my co-founder, Fanindra Sama, at Redbus for almost 10 years in a variety of roles. And so we are thrilled to have this kind of a leadership team. Since there are quite a few that are here for the first time, I thought I'll just share a few thoughts on sort of kind of the background of why, what of, the sandbox model of economic development. One, it's been about 12 years since we started this initiative here in Telangana. And it's all work inspired by Deshpande and Jayashree Deshpande, who have just been phenomenal. That's the work that they started in Hubli, I think roughly about 5 years before we started the Kakatiya Sandbox. And, thankfully, I had one of the best partners that anybody could have asked for something like this, that Fanindra Sama, one of the most celebrated young entrepreneurs in all of India. And he happens to be from Nizamabad, right? And I think those of you who were at Sangat last night know there is a lot of amazing talent here in Nizamabad and for that matter in, towns like this. And so at a high level, there are kind of three main constructs. One, it's a bottom-up form of socio-economic development, meaning unless the local people are an active part of the solution, these changes are not sustainable. It can be somebody sitting in Hyderabad or Bangalore, let alone Silicon Valley, that really can, make this change happen. We can catalyze, we can introduce ideas, we can spend time, hopefully inspire some and all of that. But at the end of the day, there has to be a lot of local ownership. And I think you'll see that through the course of the day in our various, programs that we have here. Second, sort of take an entrepreneurial mindset to addressing social challenges. Meaning charity is fine, but it's not something that scales. So in all our programs, we try and have the beneficiary also pay for some part of it. Now, in cases where they cannot, we do, take care of that. But, that way there is more ownership, more accountability, and really wanting to participate in that change. And you saw some of those change makers light the lamp earlier today, right? And so they really are the reason why, we see the kind of impact that we have here at Kakatiya Sandbox. So give them a big hand, please, all the change makers that we have. And, third is actually on the second one, kind of, I like the way Desh describes that. It's like, if you can combine the compassion of the non-profit world with the execution excellence of the for-profit world, then you get outstanding results. And in many ways, you'll find that in a lot of our programs, we kind of try and measure the impact and see how we can improve. So a lot of our programs have evolved consistently year after year. And, just like any startup, I suppose, right? That's what we do in the business world. And the third is scale. In a country of, 1.4 billion people, there are a lot of people who are doing wonderful work in one village here and there. God bless them. That's fantastic. We need that. But unless you touch a large population, you're not going to make a meaningful difference. So in the initial days, we started with roughly about 10 million people in the old districts of Nizamabad, all North Telangana primarily. And today, I would say over time, our impact region is expanded to roughly about 1% of India's population. There are, people in Nanded, in the border state of Maharashtra, and in Nalgonda and other parts of Telangana. And that's all based on market demand. It's not like something we said, oh, let's go do something in Nanded or Nalgonda or wherever. Oftentimes, Manish talked about some of the partners through which our programs have scaled. That's kind of how, this thing has evolved. So those are at a high level, kind of the main tenets of, what we call the sandbox model. And, I was just thinking about this, the main theme about scaling, in Bharat, right? There are a lot of things that, we are certainly working on, one of which is sort of how do you not just make our youth more employable, but can we nurture more entrepreneurs among them so they become the job creators of tomorrow? There's phenomenal potential. I think you'll see some of that. We have a separate entrepreneur track. Hopefully you'll get a chance to meet some of the students, with all kinds of amazing ideas and other young entrepreneurs in our region. And so there are things like that. But at the end of the day, I think, it's all the people that matter that will help us scale. And that's really what has happened. So for each of you that are here, I really wanted to say we're extremely grateful that you have taken the time. As Manish said, many of you have flown from Silicon Valley, all over US, and of course from Bangalore, Delhi, or whatever different parts of India. And, so we just can't thank you enough for being here. And this is a self-selected group. You are here because you care about the problems we are solving. And that's the only way we're going to scale. As founders of the Kakatiya Sandbox, Funny and I, we can paint a vision of what's possible. And, when we succeed at that, hopefully it can also become a model for other parts of India. But the path, I think Manish talked about it beautifully, but the path of getting there are a lot of unknowns to it. Just like building any company, any startup and all of that. And many of you have actually had a huge impact already. With your ideas, time, capital, all kinds of things. How many of you had a chance to visit the K-Hub? Anyone? Okay, quite a few of you. The rest of you who have not, please take the time. And that's a campus that will open later this year. And, as Manish and I talked about it a few times, it's a fairly large investment for us. And, a lot of that came with donor support from people all over, In fact, my good friend Anil is sitting there, and NC Murthy and several other Anjumaram, and many of them who have been actively supporting us. In Anil's case, he actually, I'm just thinking, I remember having this conversation about 3 years ago when I talked about the K-Hub and saying, well, it may be about 20, 30 crores that we would need to build that. He said, hey, why would you think of just 20, 30? Why don't you make it a 100 crore initiative, right? Because we need the longevity for these things. And so I'm saying it's not just the capital, but also the ideas and participation. Many of you have made this your own project. So, and that's the only way these things can actually grow to have that scale in Bharat. And, so there are different ways, whatever you're comfortable with, whatever your area of expertise or resources, please, we are absolutely thrilled to have something like that. And with K-Hub, Manish and I talked about this a few times. We wanted to be like a temple built by the community for the community. It's not mine or Funny's or, even the Deshpande family, right? Sure, we have a big role in getting that up and running and all of that. But it's just remarkable the kind of people that we have. You saw Manish here, but there's several others like him. I see Sahiti, Shirisha. I mean, these names may not mean anything to you, but through the course of the day, you'll probably interact with them. Just extraordinary young men and women, many of them coming from the rural areas and from the family economic background that we are really trying to make an impact. And they are now the leaders running a lot of Kakatiya Sandbox. And that to me, my friends, is one of the, I think, secret sauce and the biggest assets we have here at Kakatiya Sandbox. So give a big hand to all those people and the volunteers and everybody. So again, when we do this right, and one of the things I also mention is, we named it after Kakatiya because that was the golden era of Telugu rulers. They ran for about 200 years. So we are only 12 years into it. We still got another 188 years to go. And so, and the idea behind that is to say, this is not about me or Funny or any of us. It has to transcend certainly my generation, but also Funny's generation and others, right? And so each of you, we hope and, really wish will continue to be a great, sort of a participant in building this, model, hopefully for rural India, for the rest of India in decades to come. And once again, thank you very much and look forward to, conversations through the course of the day. Thank you.
Okay, so if anybody in this room is struggling to understand or fathom the scale we are talking about, let me give you a context. If you heard what Mr. Raju Reddy had to say, we have touched 1% of this country's population, which actually means with 99 more such bodies, I think we will have an entire country. The entire population can be skilled and can be taken to a level where they can sustain themselves and their families. So when we say 1% of India's population, try and imagine the kind of scale that we have managed to get. And that is what we need in larger numbers. So thank you so much, Raju Reddy Garu. Big round of applause once again for sharing your thoughts. Now that we're talking about scale, it's time for the first panel. We're talking about people who have mastered this game in more ways than one. People who have mastered this game of scaling up. And as moderator of this panel, we have none other than our very own Mr. Fanindra Sama, co-founder, Red Bus, the world's largest online bus ticketing company. Subsec and Kakatiya Sandbox, a social impact venture based out of his very own hometown, Nizamabad. 40 under 40. No, hang on. I mean, that's what he always does. And compared to last year, this year, the biggest change is the fact that you at least got your own jacket. Because last time he sauntered in and somebody said, it would be great if you wear a jacket. And Manish and Funny, they said, let's recycle. And even there, they managed to recycle something. So Funny, lovely having you here. Please. Pleasure, pleasure. So, 30 seconds?
Done? Okay, right. So, along with him in this panel, we also have Brigadier P. Ganesham, VSM retired, founder and president of Palesrujana. Dr. Ganesham is the founder of Palesrujana, a grassroots innovation movement dedicated to empowering rural innovators in India. A retired Indian Navy officer, he has devoted his post-service career to identifying, nurturing, and scaling rural innovations that address local challenges. Now, we already know why he is so relevant to this forum. His relentless efforts have transformed countless rural lives, making him a champion of inclusive innovation and self-reliant communities. Please put your hands together as I invite on stage Brigadier P. Ganesham. Once a Fauji, always a Fauji, aren't you, sir? So, joining this panel, we also have Ms. Gayatri Vasudevan, Chief Impact Officer, Sambhav Foundation, an experienced CEO with a demonstrated history of working in the civic and social organization industry, skilled in sustainable development, social enterprise, corporate social responsibility, strategic planning, and rural development. You surely has a strong business development professional with a doctor of philosophy focused in development economics and international development from the University of Delhi. Please put your hands together as I invite on stage Ms. Gayatri Vasudevan, Chief Impact Officer from Sambhav Foundation, to join us on stage. All yours.
Thank you. Hello. 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 It's working, right? Hello. Yeah. Okay, thank you for the kind introductions. I'm very pleased to have both of you on the panel. It's a very relevant topic, and both of you have done such fantastic work. To start with, Brigadier Garu, you've been in the defense, and from there, like, how did you start the innovation movement that you started, Palesrujana?
Thank you very much, Kakatiya Sandbox and all the sponsors. Before respond to Pani, don't start my name with retired. I'm not tired. It should be at the end. What introduction, right. I come from Telangana. I was short. Even now I'm short. I was 4 feet 11 inches when I joined engineering college, Osmania.
You want to put the mic closer?
Okay. Is it okay?
Yeah, as close as possible.
So there was never army in my radar. The kind of a physique I have come from the very humble backgrounds. But one of those days in the college final year, naval authorities have come to select university entry scheme. So they came to interview people and take some of them after a medical checkup. So my friends dragged me there, though I was not interested. And when the introduction started by a naval officer, something struck me. That guy who was wearing a white uniform and sparkling stars and impeccable English was only 5 feet 3 inches. And that was a defining moment in my life. I appeared, I got selected, went on, that's where my army went on. But what happened in the army was something so different. While I kept on serving in the Siachen and the Jammu and Kashmir, Rajasthan, Assam, everywhere, I found that the nature is, it's not enemy to you, but nature is a complex parameter in your operation in army. How do you handle it? And each Jawan has to handle himself with the standardized weapon we give him. And if that is not done, the operation is not successful. So over a period of time, I found that Jawans innovate. We win wars because Jawans innovate. Each Jawan innovates, uses this his training, his weapon, to accomplish the mission assigned to him. And I came to a conclusion and that generals plan the war and soldiers win the war by their innovation. You can clap if you wish to for generals. Right. So it became totally consolidated to me during the Kargil War, where against all odds, the amazing work was done in the open area. They assembled the weapons and did a lot of things. So that innovation was in the bottom, in our hearts, and we started innovation movement in the army. And a lot of work has been done, and there was a. Can I give
No,
an
go
example?
ahead. Yeah.
We collected innovations from across the country from the ground, analyzed them and consolidated them and published a book for Army Innovation Compendium way back in 2002. And that we circulated across the army units. It was so useful to the commanders and the people who handle the equipment that they had solutions to most of their problems given in the book. And that's the one that, talking about scale, I don't know what we did, but scaling of dissemination of ideas, dissemination of solutions happened just by printing a book, and that's the time we didn't have digital facility. And there we picked up 40 of them from the ground, not engineers, need not be only, even infantry soldiers who were going to pick them up, and tasked them to make a vehicle known as Windy. Windy is a multi-weapon platform which was required by Indian Army but not available anywhere in the world. So we thought, shall we develop, not a design, develop a Windy vehicle. And these guys have made it in 6 months, amazing vehicle. And that we put it through various trials in the Jammu, Rajasthan, and even Ladakh, and certain modifications done, and the users were very happy with it. Then what? We're not corporate, we're not a manufacturing agency. Army is supposed to use the weapons. So we displayed that outside South Block in Delhi, and people saw it one day, third day, fourth day. Finally, George Fernandez has come, who was defense minister at that time. And he saw the whole thing, heard the story, and then he asked, he thought for a while, then he said, Brigadier, is it really made by my Indian Army? We confidently said, yes, sir. Then he said that was the 22nd December 2003, I think, 2003. Then he said, okay, this will go into the Rajpath on 26th day parade. And that's the way the credit given to the Jawans who made the vehicle was enormous to the extent of getting onto the Rajpath for Republic Day parade. Then we applied for patent for it. Though there's lots of stories behind that patent, but we got a patent which is also happens to be the first patent for the Indian Army. So these are small things, but when we put them together, we found that there's a untapped, innate strength in the organization, especially at the lowest level. And they did wonders, but not much documented, not much highlighted. So we tried to leverage that by making an organization from top to bottom, innovation organization, maybe first army in the world to do that, to capture these silent, innovative people and grow intrinsically depending on the context. That's the way we went about. It was a great experience. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. Thank you so much for this background. So how did Pallisrujana happen? What does Pallisrujana do?
So while this, my thoughts of consolidated thoughts of creativity at the lower level of the organization, lower means hierarchically lower. I was wondering, is it really true outside, like in the government, like in the private industry, like in the public industry, society? I have no idea because we grew up in the vertical of army. So when we paraded our vehicle on the Republic Day, 2004, Anand Mahindra called up that evening. He said, Brigadier, how can you do this? When me and Ratan Tata pulling our hair, we did not put our vehicle on the Rajpath. But he said we had a good time, talked a lot, and then he recommended us to be part of governing body of National Innovation Foundation, me and my general both. So we used to start attending the National Innovation Foundation, which is part of the Department of Science and Technology. There we saw the database, we met Professor Anil Gupta, we met Dr. Mashelkar, and they are the pioneers who started this NIF. And there we found that they're doing exactly what we thought in the army. They were already there. They believe in the society's creativity, and they're scouting it, documenting it, and doing it. Then I said, oh, I was innocent, but things were happening. I was happy to see that such activities going on in this country. And more we see, by then they collected over 80,000 innovations from the country, by then, 2003. Imagine what a number. So, one of those meetings found that there hardly anybody from Telugu states. There was only one state, nothing from Telugu state. Nobody was there. So I asked Mashelkar, Telugu వాళ్ళకి తెలియలేదా అని అడిగాను నేను. He said that we don't have non-governmental organizations in Andhra Pradesh, undivided Andhra Pradesh, who can voluntarily scout such innovative people in the villages and document and bring it back to NIF. So that's the reason there was not many. So that's the point which struck me, that when I retire, I must come back to Hyderabad, my place, and do this noble job of scouting the creative people, documenting them, and disseminate this horizontally, vertically, wherever the way it is. It happened like that. And 31st October 2005, retired, and 20th November 2005, we started Palle Sujana. Palle is village, Sujana is creativity. We start with believing and the conviction that villages have creativity, and that's where we went on.
Wow, what an inspiring story. And later in the conversation, you will learn how impactful Brigadier Sir's impact has been in the Telugu-speaking states. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, Gayatri, thank you so much for coming all the way to Nizamabad. Again, a very, very inspiring story on the impact that Gayatri is making. So over to you, Gayatri, like, why are you doing what you're doing, and what are you doing?
So, I think why I'm doing it is I just had a very interesting breakfast conversation with Arun. He asked me the same question. I think I pretty much do what I like. That's a very simple answer is, I think I grew up with a lot of privilege. And every time I see young people, I feel that privilege is what is missing. I don't think there's any other reason for one to do well or not to do well. So I think I have been in the development sector from the beginning. Since I was 20, I've always been keen to solve problems which I think are solvable. And I think it's about money, opportunity, and that's about it. And I don't know it's in which order, is it money or opportunity, but I think that's the key to solving it, and that's really my reason to do it.
Sure. And what do you do, Gayatri? What does Sambhav Foundation and LabourNet do? How are they different? How are they similar? What do you do in the foundation?
So I'll just sort of step back before Sambhav and LabourNet. For about a decade or so, I was part of ILO. So a large part of what ILO does is work with countries and look to see that the education and labor policies.
What's the full form of ILO?
International Labour Organization, which is one of the United Nations organization. So a large part of my work was to see if governments' policies with respect to skill training, what we call TVET, right? Vocational training, ITIs, higher secondary education, and employment exchanges are married or not. So I looked at it in the South Asia subcontinent, which is Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, Nepal, Sri Lanka, etc. And I found that there was nothing wrong with the policy. It was more an execution problem that was there, and execution had number of issues which I think at a policy level we write very good documents. So the question was not, was the intent there? It was how to do it which was the problem. So when I quit, I set up, rather naively, I thought I could set up a private limited company. I called it a social enterprise because that's what everybody else called it, and it was the fashion in the mid-2000s, and thought, let me figure out execution. Within 3 years, I realized that running a company was very different from giving grants, was very different from writing policies, right?
What was the company supposed to do, and what is it called?
Is company is LaborNet, and we fundamentally tried to look at people's skill set and match them to jobs and ensure that they move to jobs and have careers. That's really what we attempted to do, and we did it on the basis of what India already had. India already had modular employment skills, so you could do certification. And that time call centers were the rage of the town, so we said, why don't we bring it in and do a matching engine? I mean, I'll sort of cut the story short, but over time we realized that the key is to actually get people to jobs. So today LaborNet, services about 10,000 people per month and ensures that they get full-time jobs.
Wow.
So that's really the...
So 10,000 people get a job through LaborNet every month.
That's right, that's right.
And what's the total number of people who got a job through LaborNet?
I'd say about 1 million in the last...
Wow.
But let me put a caveat there. We struggled through this entire thing, right? What is a full-time job? Is the person joining? Is the person coming from college? ITI? How do you do a course job match? Is it all monetized? There were a lot of nuances there. So the number looks big, but I think if and when there is time, I will also tell you the nuances where we shouldn't be overly optimistic. I often get very scared, and I actually got my phone thinking to myself, I read a very interesting quote on mediocrity. So I think that's something I would like to remember as I move forward. Yeah, but that's what LaborNet does. Sambhav, what we did is the COVID actually was a turning point for us, at least for me. I was feeling to myself, look at the amount of money we have taken. If we had done, forget what the government had done or not, if all of us in the not-for-profit and social enterprise did what we were supposed to do, I don't think this country should have had this level of poverty. So I was feeling like we paid ourselves way too much and had too much credit. And therefore I thought, what if we create clusters where people have choices? So today Sambhav runs about 100 what we call clusters, where we have a training center, we work with a government school, we work with a primary healthcare center, and soon we'll be starting to work with waste. We feel this environment, if it is right, then learner and earner absenteeism may be less, and they will continue to move towards a job. So that's what Sambhav does.
And what learners are these? These are like, what age group are they? And 100 centers in the sense, where are they? I mean, are they?
Yeah. So 100 centers are across India, but 75% are in urban slums. So we've consciously put it on the main roads so that we are visible. So they will be near urban slums, but on the main road. Wanted to give them the status in a sense. So Bangalore, Hyderabad, Pune, Mumbai, Delhi, NCR are our major operations. 25% are in really rural areas. Like for example, here in Medak, about 20 kilometers from Medak actually. Then like that, we have multiple places, Jojo Bera, Dumduma, etc., Ita, etc.
What age group are the students?
18 to 30 is our target. So 18 to 30, and from a skill set perspective, we have 5 domains that we deal with. So manufacturing, that is welders, fitters, CNC operators, is assembly operators now, are one major domain. Second, in the last 2 years, we have really grown on the EV service technician, auto service technician and EV. So all of this is very automobile industry, sales, service, manufacturing. We are pretty much very integrated into automotive. The second part of it is in the construction industry, which is how LaborNet started, and therefore plumbers, electricians, painters are the main, steel fabricators are the main group that we deal with. And the beauty and apparel are also something that we've constantly had. So we've always looked at it from a perspective of what does the community need, what is it that the consumer needs. So, and tried to map it.
Sure. Just one last question. So when you say plumber, do you take somebody who knows plumbing and then do a finishing touch and get them a job, or do you take somebody who doesn't know plumbing and then teach them plumbing and then get them a job? And how long does it take?
Actually, the second model where you teach somebody plumbing failed very badly. It
Okay,
didn't
failed.
succeed at all. You know, the entire construction when we did it from scratch to train didn't work at all. It's worked better in an ITI, in an industrial training center where there's a longer period that one has there. So what we've started doing is go from the company downwards. So I'll give you an example. Like with Kohler, we work with plumbers to give them new products. So our training is restricted to the new products that Kohler has.
Okay.
Or like for example, now we're starting off again with plumbers with Hyderabad Industries, Polycab,
So it's
with
upskilling,
electricians.
upskilling the talent and getting them better jobs.
Upskilling and product. What we found is product and service in this is very closely linked.
Very nice.
So that's
yeah. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Brigadier Garu, the next thing is going to the topic of scaling in Bharat, right? You've done a phenomenal job with the resources that you have. I mean, yours is really a movement, right? I mean, people come and walk with you in the villages. Can you talk about what are those walks and how do you get these volunteers? I know you work with very small budget, but your impact is out of proportion to the budgets that you work with. So how did you go about doing? Because like Raju Garu also mentioned this morning that the best thing to happen is where the community gets involved, where they take ownership, and which has happened in your case. So how did that happen? And could you please give us some insights on what we could learn from that? Yeah.
Thanks for asking this question, but I don't think I have a specific answer. It's so difficult to predict or manage human behavior. When I retired, as I mentioned, I thought we'll start an organization and started with three major decisions. One is that I will not earn money. The second thing is that I will not use my first 60 years knowledge. I'll become zero as a KG student and start learning again. And the third thing is the group has to work voluntarily, no budgets, no praise, no claps. They just work for others. The three decisions we made. It was in 2005, my dear friends. Today I'm here, thanks to Deshpande Foundation, that we appreciated the values we have created over a period of time. We evolved. There was no plan. In fact, Pallasuzana has no mission, no objective, no resources, no employees, no accountability. We just evolved. And therefore, we have no failures, only success. The fact that you have called me here and talking about Pallasuzana is a great success for us. Otherwise, what are we?
Your success is much more than us calling you. We are thankful that you made time for us. Yeah.
So we believe in the creativity, as I mentioned earlier, in the villages. So we walk. You know, why should any unknown person share things with you? What is that you can offer to him which appeals to him? All these are questions, but we never discuss this. We just go and try hard to get accepted by them, that they are willing to share with you. Now, that onus of getting accepted is with us, not with them.
So what are these walks? I mean, maybe audience can benefit. What is this walk?
We call
Pallasuzana walks. Yeah.
Walk is going and meeting people, simple. You know,
So you go as a group of people, and how many days do you walk in a village across?
Okay.
Like it's
Yeah.
like a padayatra.
Funny, we don't plan. The problem is, you know, in the formal system, everything has to plan, structured, aims, goals. I lived in the same organization, a little more strict organization, army. But I said, can we do everything free to you? We want to go and learn a place, let's say 50 kilometers route we choose in the geography. And we'll say, okay, all of you meet that day. Whoever wants to come, we put on the registration online. And when they come there, we say, okay, now there are 4 gurus to you. One guru is nature. Other guru is people living in the nature. The third one is Koyatri, who came all the way leaving their comfort zone. And fourth guru is yourself. Now learn from these 4 people by listening. Listening, learning by listening, not by telling them, not by telling what they don't know. No, that's not the way. Entire yatra only we learn by listening and sharing. But we will not talk about our knowledge. And the first condition for Shodha Yatra is, before you take a first step in the yatra, make yourself zero or unlearn as much as possible. And that's the way, everything which comes on the way is a learning for us. Like yesterday, I was in the international conference on Grassroots. Someone said there's lots of animals coming into the fields and spoiling the crops. He says, Rajasthani farmer was telling, sir, I use the human hair and threw it in the field. And when the animal comes to eat, this hair travels. They stop coming to my field, sir.
Nice.
Look at the way. Come, clap. We must clap the village knowledge. And all the technology we see doesn't work. And now the human hair has got higher market value now in that area. Everybody wants it.
Nice.
So how do you get this to know unless you go and talk to them? And talk to them and just be able to share. So very simply, it is human-to-human connection. It's not role. Most of us play roles in our life, not humans. We believe that if you are a human, you play the role. If you are a role, you may not play the human. So in these yatras, all of us go, irrespective of age. Our group age starts from 78 to 7 years. Everybody comes, ladies, gents, everybody. They come as humans, not as this. And the tremendous bonding. Together we learn, together we share, together we interact. And at the end of the day, we carry lots of wonderful memories. And these synthesize when you go back to the work, they synthesize and see how such knowledge can be leveraged for the betterment of society. So we have so many methods we started. Scouting is the one we find them. Then documentation is the biggest problem. Because without documentation, we cannot connect them to the formal system. And they need a lot of entitlements in the formal system. The documentation is important. Our documentation in the formal system is parallel, as concurrent, I mean. You start a project, then blah, 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 till the results is concurrent. So documentation is not an issue in the formal system. But there, they have nothing. बोलो कैसे किया इसे सर सामने आगे है see and write down. It's a retrospective documentation. It's so difficult. And to make it acceptable to formal system is much more difficult. So our volunteers do a lot of work. And how do? They go and sit at the innovator's house for 3-4 days to understand how he did all these things, how did the journey of innovation was there, and write authentically. So, and then of course lots of other things we do. We don't take funds. Don't give funds. We run internships but don't give certificates. We don't do anything. Gandhiji said education is an ornament. He said learn and go. And if that is acceptable to you, please come. So it's going on. What's happening is the volunteers keep coming. And why are they coming? We don't know. Shodha Yatras people have done. We did 51. There is somebody who has done 32 Yatras. Wow. Of course, not me. And why are they coming 32 times? I do not know. I don't answer.
Wow.
But they keep coming.
It's a rage, actually. Shodha Yatras is a rage among the youth. Like so many of the people that I know went in the Shodha Yatras. The purpose of Shodha Yatra is you go to the rural areas, to the villages to figure out the innovations there. The belief is there are a lot of innovators, they're figuring out solutions to their problems, but it is constrained to that village. So sir's activity is how do I take that innovation? They're willing to share that innovation. They don't even know that it's innovative, right? How do you take that innovation and then spread to other villages so that so many more people can benefit out of it? But the first thing is how do you go to these villages to get that innovation? And what will motivate people to go to these villages? But sir has really tapped into the youth, but also happy to learn that. I mean, people from all ages come with you. People who went there, actually I keep getting I'm in the mailing list, so I keep getting that. I really wanted to go, but somehow or the other I could not. But my friends who have gone there, they shared such a, I mean, for them it was such a awakening experience. Like sir said, they don't plan, they just go, they stay in villagers' house. They use their bathrooms. Like girls who went on the Shodha Yatra, they came back and said, but it's completely different, like using a bathroom which is not a bathroom, right? In a village, things like that. I mean, it's just amazing. I mean, so many more people want to come
we wait for you, Manish. Whenever We'll keep waiting for you. One day will come.
Absolutely.
Just little addition.
Yeah, sure.
See, Shodhayatra is a yatra to unlock the hidden knowledge of the people. And firstly, unlocking comes only when you know there's something is there. And you know hidden because you respect that there's a knowledge, then it happens. And it's a frugal life. Totally, you live like them, the villagers. And no expectations and nothing will be given to you. Frugal life. And I've not heard any complaints in the 51 yatras. And the food will come when we don't know. It will come, that is sure. And still people will come there. It's amazing, you know, the yatris display a highest level of human traits with unknown people. And together, we also display amazing respect to the villagers and try to get accepted by them in 3 days. It's a challenge, but all of us do, we smile without complaint. Why it happens? I don't do any discipline, I don't do any lectures, I don't even bully anybody, I just stay there along with them, I learn along with them. It just happens. I think all of us have that goodness in us. How it comes out is the challenges we have. When it comes out, I think anybody can do Shodhayatra like ours. And after having identified the knowledge, we try to connect them with the formal system or help them whatever they want to, conceptual stage or a prototype stage or a final selling stage. All connectivities we try to give, all voluntarily. When patenting we do to the patent lawyers, we get some funds for them. Connect with design, volunteers, design engineers, volunteers, connect them so that their innovation can be re-engineered and made optimized. All these things go on without money, without organization, just a goodwill and a passion to do something for society. And it's happening.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. Gayatri, so you have actually a large organization with 100 centers. How many employees is that? And what scale, like what budgets and, right, I mean, what challenges also you're facing with such a large organization? Just that is only the Sambhav part of it. Then you have the labor net part, but let's focus on the Sambhav part, yeah.
So I think coming after Brigadier, I want
the
to
mic
tell you
closer.
that I actually failed to do what you did. About 30 years back, I tried to live in a village for 3 years. And it's the very toilet and the water which actually drew me out. I realized I was just thinking how much more noble you could be. I just couldn't succeed. After 3 years, I told myself that life is not for me. I was frustrated and I was very, very depressed. But I'll answer, so I have great, immense respect for what you do. But want to tell you that it didn't work for me. Yeah, Sambhav has about 700 employees. Wow. We decided that everything we need to do, we have to build the capacity of the field worker. Some of the, I mean, we call it techniques, but some of the philosophy is very similar. They have to be in the field. They have to understand the community and then start delivering. We have today, I mean, that was the question you asked, how many employees that we have. So we've divided it into what we call...
what scale, I mean, budgets and etc. if you are happy to share, but yeah.
Sure. Sambhav is about 100 crores annual grant today.
Wow.
So the way we've tried to do it is, there is the field organization. So each vertical has its own set of people. And then we have what we call capability building. So we have central support teams, which looks as, for example, training. So we're actively looking at something called experiential learning. So as they learn, can they start earning? So that means within 2 weeks of learning, because many of our trades are hard trades, we feel there is a possibility for them to start earning. So I'll give you a non-hard trade example. Like a lot of people, young people today will say, I want to do data analytics, I want to do frontline software. Actually, they don't have even access to computers. So one of the first things we are trying to teach them is actually typing. So with typing, are they outsourced work that they can do? Similarly, they are very fascinated by visualization. So Power BI gives you simple visualization. So we want to break this thing that, you know, what is it that they can enter the market with, right? So they have the skills. Otherwise, they're pitted against the engineers of premier colleges, and the wage difference looks very huge. So I think that's the kind of thing that we're doing. Of course, we've been doing this a little longer with sales and beauty and plumbers, etc. But that's what we're attempting to do.
Thank you, Gayatri. I mean, I took a moment to sink that in. You said 100 crores, 100 crore grant every year. How is it, I mean, to raise 100 crores every year? Could you throw some light on that? Yeah?
Pasina chut jata hai. Yeah, the best is, I think, so it is very difficult. I think the largest problem that I face is the lack of continuity. So if a donor decides they will back out of there, do we remain in that community or not? So I think that's been our biggest struggle. What happens when the funds are not there? Second, I think the struggle is, even in the not-for-profit, a lot of people are seeing it as a career. So how do we give them a career path? How do we ensure that they have a growth path? And will it be here or will it be in the CSR? So we're looking at what can we give them as they have to move away from us. Because today the living standards require for them to be paid. And I think civil society organizations, NGOs, employ a large number of people. So it is for us to protect their livelihood, to see to it that they are able to have a career there. Having passion and career, and that I think is the biggest tension that, that this entire sector faces.
Thank you, Gayatri. The last, go ahead.
Scaling of information, scaling of grassroots innovations?
Yeah, I was just coming to that. Yeah, please go ahead, sir. Yeah, so what are your thoughts on scaling the grassroots innovations?
Yeah, firstly, grassroots innovations come from people, not software, not hardware, but hardware. They innovate hardware, H-E-A-R-T.
Okay, hardware.
So they solve problems by volunteerism, and the provocation for them is samvedana, the feeling others' pain the way they feel it. Call it samvedana. Don't call empathy. Empathy is not a very good word. Samvedana is a good word. So they do it on their own, but they do not know what to do with it. So they only enjoy if they are having a problem, or give it to people around them who are suffering with the problem. And that's all, they stop there. But it is us, we understand that this problem exists across the country, maybe 6.5 lakh villages, maybe the world. How this wonderful solution can be utilized by others. That's a challenge we have. So we have to take the responsibility of, I don't use the word scaling, I use the word dissemination. Dissemination is reaching the people and using it, getting a benefit out of it is dissemination. So that's what we have to do. We try to build our own voluntary organizations, like starting from magazine to exhibitions. Every week we conduct exhibition where we get innovators come there and they display the innovation. They also get to know what others are doing, what is the real needs of the people. Some exposure to them happens. Almost every week we do one exhibition somewhere or other. And then going on with the webinars and taking them to national international exhibitions. Then Mallesham is also our discovery. I took him to Central Silk Board. Satyavati IAS was secretary. She was very happy. He says, Mallesham Garu, I'll get it done, this and that, because it belongs to women of weavers. 1 year, nothing happened. Every week I used to remind her. And after 1 year, he got a President of India award, which we applied to National Innovation Foundation. So I've sent that document to her. Next day, she ordered 50 machines, ASU machines. Then I realized that the formal system understands only awards or patents, the language which they understand, not by making them stand in front of somebody, they're not impressed by that. Then we focused on awards. Until today, all the volunteers have their efforts. We have founded more than 800 innovations in Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, and more than 1,000 farm practices we have recorded, all original. Then there are 3 Padma Shris, there are 13 Rashtrapati Awards, 86 patents. There are 86 patents. Then all award regional, Amazing Indian, 2 awards, Samsung 18, Hall of Fame, name it everywhere, Raitunisam 13, Sakshi Awards 5. All volunteers keep writing, and the significant knowledge they displayed and the impact they made to society is acknowledged by the formal system. So all this also giving visibility to them. Now, what do we scale actually is the information or the product. And because these people work in the nature, it is contextually specific. It has to be decentralized. It has interconnectivity with the surroundings. And such kind of things, when the diversity of our country is almost 126 agri-zones, what is scaling up of grassroots innovations? Now, this has to be debated. We understood that the information that is existing, information is possible to solve the problem we are facing is more important. That should go to the people fastest in their languages. So they understand that this problem can be solved by some method. Now then, one of you, those who are sitting there may say, okay, let me try, because it can be solved. So that kind of a thing startup, maybe every innovation we make in the villages, if we disseminate in the typical languages to all the country people, there will be innovators coming up in every village over a period of time and trying to solve the problems. This I call it scaling of information, but mass manufacture is out for grassroots innovation. It doesn't work at all. Nature is customized, technology standardized. We cannot do this. And secondly, this also has a negative impact on the villages, is that extractive economies keep taking away from the farmers. But if you have local innovation, extractive economies, their effect is less. And lastly, see, we have to, what is the aim of technology in the agriculture? It's not money, it is food. Who will give you food? In the future, who will give you food? Where are the farmers? What are you doing for them? Are we allowing them to think what they want to do it, or we tell them that I'll tell you, you do it? There won't be any farmers. Any innovation in Palasuzana view is that we have to see whether the food is going to be available or not with innovation or a technology you put it. If that affects the food, I think all our efforts will not be very useful for the future. Kindly, my request is that, see that. And lastly, Palasuzana believes that cities are made by humans and villages are made by God. Thank you.
Nice. Thank you. We have the last 1 minute. Gayatri, could you throw some light on the impact that Sambhav does? Like, how many people does it train and place every year, or are there like, yeah, on this slide?
So we have a capacity of about 50,000 young people who come through our training centers. But we also work in colleges and ITS, which are pretty much next to the centers, and that gives us another about 50,000. So about a lakh per annum is the capacity that we are dealing with today.
And how many of them like get into the jobs?
Now that is something that we've been struggling with. So about 50% of them clearly go into work paths.
Wow, that is 50,000 a year. That's a huge
There's
number.
another group of them which really wants to do higher education. So we're trying to figure out how work integrated models are coming. And today with the national education policy, it's possible to do it. So many of them want graduation. So Tata Institute of Sciences, for example, has a work integrated education module. Like that, there are many universities which will, it's already there, but I think we need to integrate it so the learning and earning happen together. Most of them don't see graduation is an important social symbol for them. And therefore, I think it is for us to bring vocation and graduation together and see to it they're in a correct path.
That's a very good point. Thank you very much. I deliberately didn't leave time for Q&A because both of them are going to be here. I really wanted to throw light on their story, for which 40 minutes is not sufficient. There's a lot more. It's a lot of inspiring work that both of them are doing. So I hope you catch up with them during the day for your personal questions. Thank you so much.
Fabulous. Thank you so much. Requesting everybody to put your hands together. What a fabulous conversation. We spoke about earning, learning, food, that covers everything. Sir and ma'am, request you to please stay back for a minute, because the least we could do is felicitate our panelists. And for that, I would like to invite on stage Mr. N.C. Murthy, founder and CEO of Quinton Services, and more important, an ardent supporter of Deshpande Foundation and Kakatiya Sandbox. Absolute privilege to have you here. So a lot of people might be guessing, why are we presenting a certificate to our panelists? But to all our panelists who come here and contribute towards development dialogue, we plant a sapling on their name in Hanamkonda, and that certificate has a little QR code using which they can scan and see the growth and progress of their tree forever. So when we talk about a sustainable present gift, I don't think there could be anything better than that. Thank you so much. So to all the students sitting there, at that age, if you can jump, I think that should be your goal. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Chief. Lovely having you here. Now, while we talk about bringing about change, touching lives of people, at DD, what we are able to do is also invite on stage people who have gone through a certain transformation in the last 4 or 5 years. Because this is not a concept anymore. We are also able to present people who have undergone that change and are present here to talk about that. So, the next segment is called Dreams Have No Boundaries. And as part of that, I would like to invite on stage Ms. Vaishnavi Munuguri, Sales Associate Lead Engineer. Her resilience is her story, and we will get to know more about that. She's from Jagtial, a graduate from NSV Degree College, who has overcome personal challenges, demonstrating unbelievable strength and perseverance. Brought up by a single mother, a mother who played the role of a pillar of support while working tirelessly in the farms as a daily wage job. And that did not stop her from providing Vaishnavi the kind of education that should allow her to grow and be present here to talk about her story. Let me not stand between you and Vaishnavi. Vaishnavi, aja, stage is all yours.
Hello everyone, good morning. I want to share my story. My name is Vaishnavi. I grew up in a small town, raised by my mother, a single parent. After my parents divorced when I was 6 years old, life was so hard for us. People often said to me, why are you spend money on girl education? But my mother never let those words define us. She always believed that dreams have no boundaries. And she always told me, you can become anything you want to be, no matter what others say. Her unwavering belief in me is my foundation. As a teenager, I struggled. I doubted myself, lacked focus. The constant judgment from the people made me feel trapped. And my grades were average. I feel like I don't have a direction in life. But everything changed after I joined in Kakatiya Sandbox. My mother encouraged me to give it a try. While I was not expect that much, but it turned into a great turning point in my life. The first few days were very tough. I didn't feel I belonged, but slowly I see the possibilities. The KS program opened the doors to the world where dreams have no boundaries. And learning new skills. I developed in communication, team management, and I met incredible mentors who saw my potential and motivate me to aim higher. hands-on experience. I worked in real-world project that showed me how far I go. Life skills. I learned time management, discipline, especially replacing my doubts with determination. For the first time, I realized that the limits I had was not real. With the right support and hard work, the people started noticing me. The confidence I gained in Kakatiya Sandbox propelled me forward. After the program, I got an internship in T-Hub, an innovation center in Hyderabad. I began as a junior lead engineer, but I worked hard. I took every opportunity to prove myself and learned quickly, and my ideas were valued. I grew up as a leadership role. At 20, I promoted as a lead engineer, a milestone I never expected for myself. It's not about the title, it's all about the breaking boundaries, once I thought unbreakable. My journey is a testament to the belief that the dreams have no boundaries when it is fueled with passion, persistence, and support. Looking back, I deeply thanks to my mother's strength, the opportunity in Kakatiya Sandbox, and my own determination to overcome every challenge. And my story is proof that whether it's social judgment or self-doubt can never stop you when you believe in your dreams. And last but not the least, I thank to all my trainers, Sirisha ma'am, Charan sir, Radhika ma'am, and Rakshita ma'am. And a very special thanks to Babai, always there for me and support me in my bad situation. My message to you, dreams have no boundaries. Every girl dream are valid, and every parent's investment in her education is priceless. Let's make the world where the dreams have no limits. Thank you.
Fabulous, fabulous. Thank you so much, Vaishnavi. Vaishnavi is also going to be using this platform to thank the person who made all of this possible. So, go ahead.
I want to give one small gift to my mother with my savings of. My mother is coming.
Pillow.
She's coming.
Right. So, Vaishnavi has actually kept her first salary aside, and she bought a sari and a gold ring for her mother. And
Thank you for giving this wonderful opportunity, Kakatiya Sandbox. Thank you.
congratulations. Thank you so much, Amma. They say the fruits never fall far away from the tree. So I'm pretty sure. You want me to ask them to wait? Vaishnavi? Vaishnavi? Obviously, it's a very emotional moment for Vaishnavi and for everybody who's seeing this happen. And now that she has already said thank you to one pillar, there is another pillar that she spoke about, the Deshpande Foundation, the way it has managed to skill her to come stand here and talk about her journey. And to felicitate Vaishnavi, I would like to invite on stage Mr. P.N. Naik, the CEO of Deshpande Skilling. Who else could we have on stage to do this? Could I request everybody to please stand up once and put your hands together? Because these are the success stories that we want to create more in numbers. And if we intend to create more of these success stories, we need more Vaishnavis. And for more Vaishnavis, we need more of those mama darlings to be around. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, the students who go through our programs, they're sponsored by somebody or the other. And for Vaishnavi, I need to thank the Kannuri family. So Vaishnavi was sponsored by the Kannuri family. So thanks to the Kannuri family for supporting us.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Okay. Back to the real world, which is a lot more transactional, which does not work on emotions. But the last 5 minutes, I think that has to be the highlight of what we could actually experience in development dialogues. Moving on, now. Now, if we heard Vaishnavi speak, she spoke about how education has managed to change her destiny. How because of the investment in her education, she is now able to create a future for herself. And maybe in her path, she will help create a lot of future for a lot of people around her. So now for the next panel, the focus is going to be about the Edu Skill Multiplier. How do we harness partnership to scale education and skilling across Bharat? People talk about the demographic dividend. We say our population is our strength. But imagine having a population which is unskilled. Imagine having a population which lacks education. How do we engage them? How do we bring them out of the social media rut? That is where this conversation is going to happen. And as moderator of this panel, we have Mr. Arun Nathan, partner, Sattva Consulting. Could we please have you on stage, sir? Arun Nathan is the non-profit advisory lead at Sattva Consulting, specializing in strategy alignment for non-profit organizations. With over 2 decades of experience across South Asia and Africa, he has held leadership roles in CSR and sustainability for companies like L&T, Finance, Lifestyle International, and IDFC. Absolute pleasure to have you here, Chief. Thank you, sir. Please. I would also take the liberty of inviting the panel for you, and I'll give the controls to you for the next 30 minutes so that you are able to run the show. We also have Ms. Alka Singh, Head of Partnerships, Educate Girls. She's a leader in education policy, serving as Head of Policy and Strategic Partnerships at Educate Girls. She drives initiatives for marginalized girls' education in India. Previously at UNDP, she worked on decentralized planning to improve human development. Alka excels in strategic partnerships and grassroots interventions, advancing gender equity and community empowerment. Fabulous. Thank you so much. Lovely having you here. Next up, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Shrikant Sinha. His stories are so interesting. The way he has scaled things up through his journey is something that all of us will treasure. Chief Executive Officer at Telangana Academy for Skill and Knowledge Task. Presently the CEO of a leading non-profit organization, champion of the cause of collaborative CSR, leader in tech for good. One more. Allow me. Right? Advocate of inclusive India with 30 plus years of consistent multicultural global experience. Fabulous. Lovely having you here, sir. And we also have Professor V. Ram Gopal Rao, Group Vice Chancellor for BITS Pilani. Absolute pleasure having you here, sir. A distinguished academic and innovator in nanotechnology and semiconductor devices, former director of IIT Delhi and a professor at IIT Bombay. He has made significant contributions to nanoelectronics with over 500 research publications. That is a stellar panel, and we are ready with a pen and paper to make notes of all that we discuss here. So, Mr. Arun Nathan, stage is all yours. Check. 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 Check.
Super. Thank you very much, and really glad to be here. I don't think there would have been a better time to come and do this panel than after what we've heard of Vaishnavi and the story that we heard. I think for a lot of us in the non-profit sector, where there are multiple things happening, things are not linear, there are struggles, there are many times when you don't get the results. I think the stories of Vaishnavis keep motivating us. So I just want to kind of differ and say this is as real as it gets, right? And I think in this panel, what we are trying to also explore is how do we take this up from a 1 to a million and million to millions, right? And I think that's broadly what we would like to explore here. I know we've got about 40 minutes, and we've got a stellar panel here. So one, we will kind of go through and have a few questions, and we'll kind of discuss that. I also want to make sure that we've got some time available for a lot of our participants here, because this is really great to hear from stalwarts from the space. So do kind of keep your questions ready in case you have questions for the panel. So before we really kind of get into the conversation of partnerships, I wanted to just quickly share with you a quick anecdote and an experience that I had. So there was a time when early in my career, I thought scale is essentially moving from a state to national and then national to international. So that was my career journey, and so I thought moving from India to starting to work globally is a great idea. And that was the time that I started working in a country like Zambia, where we were working on sexual and reproductive health and HIV and so on. And I was just sharing with Gayatri that I went there and we were trying to put together a country strategy. We figured out that the total population of Zambia was 20 million, right? And the daily ridership on Delhi Metro is 4.5 million, right? So it's just in one state, one metro, one day, right? If you put the ridership for 5 days, it gets to the size of a country. So that's the scale that we are talking about here. Today on the panel, we've got a range of leaders here. So we've got Professor Rao, who represents academia, higher education and research. We've got Alka. Alka represents the non-profit Educate Girls, which works with millions of girls from a non-profit angle. And we've got Shrikant, who earlier represented Apex industry body, but now currently represents the government here. So we've got the state, the academia, and the civil society are represented here. So let me start with the first question, right? So the larger theme of the conversation is unlocking scale. So question number one, in your journey, what is your imagination of scale? And how does the concept of partnership fit in? And I'd like to start with Alka, and then we can move on to the other panelists.
Firstly, I must say it's awesome to be here, and I so much wanted to get on the dais the way Brigadier did. Maybe next time. Having said that, as the name suggests, Educate Girls is all about, when we were founded 2007, we wanted to see that every single girl in India should be in school and studying. And we started it from Rajasthan. And in Rajasthan, problem was mostly in Thar, wherein distances are a problem, access is a problem. And as we moved to other states, we actually did, in our mind, the very same thing, Arun, that maybe from 10 it could be 20, and then maybe 10,000 and a lakh. But Bihar was a very different situation altogether. So it isn't like creating a formula that works everywhere. India is diverse, and then scale would also need a lot of contextualization. So it's very different imagining state in a very diverse world in a diverse country like ours. But yeah, I said, in 2007, we wanted every single girl to be in school, and that was elementary schooling. And in 15 years, we managed to get about 18 lakh girls back into school and stay there studying. So invested in them coming back to school and their learning outcomes, so they start enjoying and engaging with the learning. Now in 2021, we realized that scale's not just about increasing number, the way we were initially thinking that let's see that every single girl child's back into school. We realized that the girls we had helped coming back into school, for them also, their life journey, their path, where is that progressing? So after 8th, many girls would drop out because distances become a problem, because lack of confidence in education because skills are still not imparted, and many of them do not know that after I complete my school education, what am I going to be? I think that was a question for many of us as well. We were privileged, as ma'am was saying, to kind of keep on till we really realize what's there in store for me. But for many, hundreds and thousands, I must say, in remoter areas, because they do not have confidence, they would end up either taking unpaid care work or migrate to nearby town and start working. So this very gap is something we have started working from 2021, which is more of an education skill combination, and seeing that career pathway or that vision for life is there built into youth. When we talk about scale again, with that problem, we started in the very same villages where we were working, but we kind of tried looking at where is this problem at policy level. And then there is a SDG dedicated to NEET, which is not in education, employment or training, 15 to 29, who are nowhere into education, employment or any sort of training, meaning nowhere in the mainstream life, and imagine they're youth of India. And when we're looking at MOSPI data, the number for only females who are 15 to 29 and are categorized as NEET by MOSPI are about 9.1 crores in the country right now as we speak. So that's the scale we should think of if we are really wanting to solve the problem. But reaching 9.1 crore is nothing that Educate Girls can do alone. It's nothing that one single organization can do alone. And so we looked for partnerships. And partnerships for us ranges from policies till grassroots organization, as we see. In between our knowledge partners, in between our mentors who have helped us design right strategies to kind of reach them. Shall I come again or talk more about the program?
I'll come to you in terms of the details, but
sure.
It's fascinating to hear that you're working on an issue relating to girls, and the moment you hear 18 lakhs or 19 lakhs, that in itself is a huge number. And then you put a denominator to it suddenly, and the numerator looks small, and the context of partnership. This is fascinating to hear. Srikanth, how about you? Your imagination of scale, and how does partnership fit in?
Sure. Are you able to hear me? I think the mic's not working properly. Yeah, thanks. It's indeed a pleasure and an honor for me to be here amongst all the August gathering today. Thank you, Kakatiya Sandbox, for providing me with the opportunity to share some of my thoughts. For me, innovation today, if you ask me, right, my heroine is this 11-year-old girl from a rural village in Telangana. And what she's done is something brilliant. She has taken 2 sticks, tied them on one end with a string, created a wedge in between, which she keeps over a bucket, which is higher than the 3 bhagwanas or the utensils she keeps underneath it. In the evening, when her parents come back from the farm or the garden with the lemons, all she does is she rolls it down. Right? Now, can this be scaled? No. But can it be replicated? Definitely yes. Right? So, scaling is one method, second is replication. And that's where you are able to reach to various numbers. Talking about task itself, and of course, if I talk about NASSCOM Foundation, where I was the CEO earlier, I think it was all about scale itself. We were talking about making India digitally literate. We had to work with partners. I think there's this African proverb that says, if you want to walk fast, you walk alone. But if you want to walk long, partner with people. And that's the entire thing where partnership comes into picture. Be it when we were working together, for the Indian Public Libraries movement, we got this grant from our partner organization, Gates Foundation, but ensuring that majority of the libraries, right, in India are able to benefit from this program, we had to partner with multiple organizations, including the organization where you were working in those days. So definitely partnership plays a key part. If I talk about task now, we were called as JKC earlier, Jawaharlal Nehru Knowledge Centers, and later on in 2014, there was a survey that was conducted here in Telangana after bifurcation, with the 1,400 companies where they realized less than 10% locals were employed and the people who were employed were not matching up to the expectations of the industry. So the scale was 90% of the remaining population who had to be given an opportunity, especially the underserved in the districts. Before I joined, it was 70% city or urban population that used to be getting trained and 30% of district. Today we have reversed the entire thing. And that is where scale is. Today we work with 761 colleges across Telangana. So far we have skilled 1 million youth of Telangana. In Telangana, when I talk about all these students that are there, I think that is scale. For us, what is the problem to be solved? How do you solve it? And at what scale? And how partners play a part. Coming to partnerships, I think we could have never done it alone. We just have about 14 regional centers, but it is the 761 colleges which are our partner colleges, which also become my centers, right? Plus, we work with 80 plus institutions and corporates like the Microsofts of the world, the NVIDIAs of the world, and everyone else, where we offer 110 plus programs to these 761 colleges. And that's another dimension of scale, where we are able to leverage on our partners' knowledge, their resources, their IPs, etc., and take it across the youth, across Telangana, so that they can benefit from it. Only thing we realized is, since we are into employability, skilling anyone in the final year doesn't work. It's more like eating a 500 mg capsule before you go for your medical examination, right? So we started skilling right from the first year itself, because that's where, in a laddered approach, you can skill a person and ensure that by the time he or she completes their graduation, they are already ready for the job market. And that is where partnerships play a key role in ensuring that we are able to meet the large numbers or the scale of the youth of Telangana and meet their aspirations.
So this is wonderful to hear. And here we are talking about the state. Again, the denominators, like what Alka was saying, significantly high. And the very interesting point that I picked up from what you mentioned is, you couldn't have done it alone at the kind of scale that you're talking about. You also did mention about the idea of scale not just being the only parameter. I remember that's what even Alka mentioned, saying the numbers alone don't matter, but you also need to really be able to look at the impact. Professor Rao, you represent higher education, you lead a very premier organization in the education space. What is your imagination of scale?
Thank you. In fact, I'm very happy to be here. Thanks to Dr. Raju Reddy for inviting me here. I'm also happy to meet with so many people, in this town, and it's very nice, pleasant experience. I come from another place in Telangana called Kolhapur, so I go back there and do some of this. I think when it comes to scale, right? On my right is the government, on my left is an NGO kind of an organization, right? And I am a private kind of a thing. So if you look at it in the country in general, the government systems, though the funds and other things are sometimes available, but execution is a problem in general, right? With the NGOs, the problem is the scale, right? Because the financial resources, everything will eventually come in the way. And the private systems in India typically suffer from trust issues, right? So therefore, I think the combination is to put all of these together, all of us to work together to achieve the scale. When you look at higher education, right? If you look at the numbers today in India, in schools, we have about 250 million students today in Indian school system, first standard to 12th standard. Look at the higher educational institutions, we have about 43 million students. So now from 250 million to 43 million, the rest, over 200 million students, never even get to go to those colleges. Our gross enrollment ratio in higher education today is just about 27%, meaning 18 to 23-year-old students who need to be in the university. I think we only get about 1 in 4 of them. where do all the rest go? I think the rest need to be employable, rest need to be provided skills. I think, even what Kakatiya Sandbox is doing, some of the stories that I heard today are very, emotional and these are the kinds of things that we need to do, but we need to scale them up, right? So how do we scale them up? That is where higher educational institutions have a role to play, right? Institutions like BITS Pilani, for example, how many students we admit? We admit about 3,500 students every year. How many students the IITs admit? 23 IITs together. This year will admit about 17,000 students, right? So that's about 20,000 students who go to, BITS Pilani or IIT kind of institutions. Now you add all the NITs and other things, maybe about 50,000, 60,000 kind of students. And if you look at it, these higher educational systems haven't scaled in India. The reason why they haven't scaled in India, the quality educational institutions, is because of lack of a financial model, right? Government institutions are 90% dependent on Government of India for funding. And in a country where you have hunger a problem, you have many other problems, education can never be a top priority. Education, higher education particularly, will be below all of those other kind of priorities. And so therefore, government would never have enough money to scale these institutions. So very few people can aspire, to go to these institutions. And as a result, the exclusivity is what makes these institutions, stand apart and be counted among the best and all of that. Even in BITS Pilani, the same problem occurs. How much, if tuition fee is the only way you can run an institution, right? How much of tuition fee can you charge in a country where the per capita income is, $2,500 kind of a thing? In such a country, how much of quality education you can provide completely dependent on the tuition fee. I think we need to build a financial model in place if you want to ever achieve scale for the higher educational institutions. Look at US, right? Any, large university in the US would be about 30 to 40,000 students, right? Whereas Indian institutions are 1/10 compared to a large US university. Because in US, they have found a financial model. They have found this endowment kind of models. They have found philanthropy. They have a part of tuition fee. They have research, which is also contributing to revenues. I think that kind of a diversified financial model we need to develop now for this institution if we ever want to achieve scale and provide a training which will make these children coming out of these institutions employable. Unless we put in place that financial model, I think, if 1% of students getting trained is in these institutions, 99%, struggling to develop a skill or find a job, I think this country will never really, reach the kind of levels that we would like to see in our lifetime. So.
Got it. So, Professor Rao, as you are speaking, clearly the size again seems to be pretty large. The target audience seems to be large. The current size of the infra that services them is the limiting factor. Are you also alluding to the fact that if you're really looking at scaling it up from a partnership standpoint, ensuring enough resources that come into fueling this is the way to go? Is that what you think?
I think, some of it can be achieved through policies. No, my biggest problem with the government of India is the policy support for endowment funds, right? Today, for BITS Pilani kind of an institution, if I want to create $1 billion endowment like what, Stanford's MITs have, I'm not even allowed to do that. The tax people will come and, raid you if they know that BITS Pilani has raised this kind of money, all our tax incentives, everything will be taken away. Because for BITS Pilani kind of institutions are not for profit, right? In a not for profit organization, the government rules mandate that whatever you earn in a year, 85% of it needs to be spent in that year. So if you are earning more than what you require as expenditure, the taxmen will come and will create problems for you. How do you ever create endowment funds? So in government systems again, when we go to US, from here actually tonight I am going to US. Why am I going to US? Because the tax laws there are very conducive to philanthropy. Right? In many of those places now, either you create foundations and do the causes that are dear to you, or you give money to government, right? If I have the choice between creating a foundation and doing things which I want to do rather than paying money to, Trump, what would I, the choices are very natural. In India, it's not the case. In India, the tax laws are not encouraging philanthropy, even the inheritance kind of a thing, right? Whatever I earn, I can transfer everything to my children and government wouldn't bother about it. Whereas in the US, the moment you want to pass on your wealth to children, the government will interfere and take away a large chunk of it. So that's the reason I think we need to have policies in this country which encourage philanthropy. Whatever philanthropy that we used to see before independence, all of that is just vanishing right now. Everybody is keen to accumulate more and more wealth, pass it on to their next generation. If one person in the family does well, the next 10 generations, you don't have to do anything about it kind of a thing. I think, we need to encourage philanthropy through more conducive policies, in this country. Otherwise, scaling higher education, scaling skill development programs for private endowments to come in. There may be one Raju Reddy's, one Deshpande's, but they are all a minority, right? How many people, in our communities who are rich are actually contributing to philanthropy? Not many really.
It's very interesting that you say this. According to recent estimates, the annual quantum of private philanthropic capital coming into India is about 100,000 crores. On this, about 30,000 from CSR and then from others. The academic institutions seem to be now getting large grants, like for example in news and so on. So I hope that's a trend that kind of also picks up and really take it forward. But I really want to kind of come back on this element of scale, partnership and impact. And I'd love to start with Srikanth here. Srikanth, you mentioned about almost 700 and change colleges that you're kind of working. In terms of partnerships, if you were to highlight your success, what would that be? What are your key highlights and success leveraging partnerships for you?
Sure. Thanks, Arun. I think for me, the success factors, let me also look at how do you make a partnership. I think the first thing for a good partnership is common goals, right? If your goal is something else, you want to go left, the partner wants to go right, and it'll never work. So the first thing is for making partnerships successful is you need common goals. Second thing is, having been, in an IT training company earlier on where we were running the world's largest franchisees, etc., trust and trusted is the second thing that comes across, right? So you should be able to trust each other. Third is, and typically what happens is, whenever you look at an MOU for a partnership, you always have a governance committee, right? In 90% of the cases. But you forget what is most important, which is the operations committee, right? You have clauses for arbitration, but you should also have the intent of solving any problem amicably in case if so it arises. Thankfully for us, in this entire year in my career, I don't think I've ever terminated any partner for things. So I think if we talk about success, it is how successfully you can work together to impact lives of people, because that's what we are into, right? Be it as part of NASCOM Foundation or TASK or whatever else you have. I think that's where it's most important. How do you partner together with people with a common goal, walk together, ensure that you are able to impact people's lives? Be it the 761 colleges that I was talking about, be it our partners. For example, SAP today has invested and created 17 labs in our colleges, and it's not only in government colleges, private colleges, government colleges, minority colleges, everywhere. They've established labs where we are actually covering ABAP, HANA, AI, etc., in those things, right? So, and our target was just doing some 100 faculty development programs. We have crossed and made it 300. Number of students also, we have done thrice the actual numbers. If you talk about something like a Hindustan Coca-Cola beverage, right? Out of their volunteering program, they started running programs, and we signed an MOU for 10,000 people to be running, undergoing an employability program, which is campus to corporate kind of a thing. And within 28 days, we covered more than 10,000. This was supposed to be a 2-year MOU. We covered more than 10,000. So immediately we entered into another MOU, and again happy to report that we have covered those 10,000 also, and this time in a shorter period even. So I think scale is how you're able to work together and achieve that, but that can only happen if it is frictionless. If you have frictions, if you have problems, if you have other kinds of things, then it's a problem. Typically what I have seen is where partnership fails is because we start calling each other vendors, right? That is my vendor who's providing this training. When you're calling someone a vendor, you have distanced yourself from that person. And when you say partner, whether you say partner in crime or whatever, doesn't matter, that's where you say we both have equal skin in the game. And that is when scalability can be achieved. So for us, success is working together, walking the path, ensuring that we are able to impact a large number of lives. Hope that answers.
Absolutely, and it brings us to a very interesting question that I want to ask Alka, right? I have never, ever in a panel on partnerships heard anyone say that that's not the way to go. Everyone says partnership is the way to go. It is like the word sustainability. No one disagrees, right? What is it that people don't talk in panels about partnership? Malab, what is the, because it definitely doesn't seem to be straightforward. Aisa kya hai, which is relating to partnerships, that we should kind of bring in also for the participants to understand the reality of life?
Interesting question, Arun. Thanks so much for that. Before answering that question, responding to it, with partnership, why exactly do we need, given we all in ourselves are universe, right? We want to do end-to-end solutions. We want to see where the problem is and how do we really take it to a logical conclusion in terms of a solution. Now, when I spoke about need, we look at female need, which is 9.1 crore, and then we had put male figures together. It comes to around 13 crore in India right now. And this is 15 to 29 population, which means entire demographic dividend or anything around that has to be invested in this population. And we don't really have long time, given by 2033 or 35, India would start aging. So right now we have largest young population, youth population in the entire world. And if 13 crores is a number, we haven't even, had them opportunity to be in school or in training or any sort of employment, then I think we're already missing the bus. So without partnership, even if I could do that end-to-end solution maybe in 30 years, that's not the time we have. So by 2033, we really have to invest in this age group. Partnership is definitely the key. And to Sir's point on policy, I mean, we gave a good read from NEET's point of view to policies like NEP 2020, skill policy, youth policy, women and child policy, and so all right things were there. And these policies speaking to each other, because when you recommend and when you reach the last mile, it's one gram panchayat, it's one unit which will be implementing all of it. And then we saw this synergy, collaboration, or policies, opportunities speaking to each other was just missed out somewhere in between. It didn't really reach the last mile. And most often, that's the case with us as well, I would say. It's not just with the policy, but we as civil society organization, academia, we all have that complete solution, I think. And I can take, to respond to your question, I can take example of one program which was very ambitious in India called UN Convergence Program, wherein 3 UN agencies came together along with Planning Commission to break the silos and see that, where do our common, things match and how can we align and collaborate and work with the state governments and see we reach the last mile on strengthening governance in the country. I think the first thing was ego of logos, if I may say so. Because again, that confidence of doing it right my way, because we also think through and, bring in lots of experiences of ours, like with Educate Girls, I would say getting more than about almost 1 million or 2 million girls back into school gives us a confidence that yes, we can solve it. And then I bring in partners wherein that trust is there, but then confidence could become a baggage at times. So the very thing is, right in the beginning, when we are aware of the goal, what's really important is to see who does what, and that mix of specialization that's coming on the table is with great confidence into each other. So the right word would be consortium implementation, rather than the design which is owned by one and then run by one, and then partners are just brought into the picture. I think real collaboration is consortium format, which should be brought in, if that answers your question.
No, wonderful. I think, and thanks for bringing that element out. Professor Rao, do you have any thoughts on this?
No, that's actually a good question. The partnerships, everybody talks about it, but it doesn't happen in real life. I was thinking about it. Probably, I think a partnership would work if there is a win-win kind of a thing, that each party needs to gain something out of the partnership, or you do something which I am not able to do, though I have resources. I think unless we find those win-win kind of combinations, partnerships tend to remain on paper, and then nothing much really, comes out of it. But I was also, looking at the scale, right, when we were talking about it. This country today needs to produce about 1 million jobs per month, looking at our population, looking at how many students are coming out of our institutions and all of that. But who will create these jobs? How do we create these jobs, right? Our industries, are good, running well, but they are not investing in R&D. If you look at the Indian industry, funding for R&D, their own R&D, not even giving it to outsiders, is about 0.2% of the GDP. Indian industry R&D expenditure is 0.2% of GDP. China spends something like 2.7% of GDP on R&D. Their industries spend 2.7% on R&D, right? If in Indian industry, most of these industries are in very traditional businesses, right? Even our top, players are still starting jewelry businesses, right? Because that is what, I can make money, and I know the entire business model, and I can do all of that. We are not developing new products enough. Hardly any new product or technology that has come out of our industry, which has made big even at the national level or international level. So unless you invest in R&D, right, you will not develop anything new, and you will not create any new jobs. Otherwise, you are just, recirculating whatever is available today, and that's not going to, do any good for the country. I think we need to also encourage more and more R&D investments not only by the government of India, even government is not spending money. Our entire R&D budgets by government of India are about 0.3%, right? That's 0.3%. Another 0.3% goes to defense and ISRO, 0.3% of GDP. Whereas if you look at China again spends over 3%, on the R&D kind of a thing. If you look at the way Chinese fund their universities, after all, they had the DeepSeek movement, right? I mean, India could not develop DeepSeek. Chinese developed, which is better than ChatGPTs and all of that. How did it happen? What China spends in R&D, right? What China spends on just 2 universities, Tsinghua University, Peking University. You can check on the web page. What China spends on 2 universities is our entire Ministry of Education budget, right? So that's a difference in scale between what China is spending on R&D, what India is spending on R&D. And obviously, you see all of that in the society. You see the kind of manufacturing happening there, the kind of deep technology developments happening there. India is not investing enough in R&D. Either the Indian industry is doing that, nor the Indian government doing that. I think that is hurting us when it comes to job creation, and that leaves, the wide margin between the number of students looking for jobs and, the number of jobs available. I would think the startups, the startup founders are our freedom fighters, right? If anything this country has to happen, it has to happen from the startup founders. I have given up on the existing large private industries or, the government things. They will continue to run the way nothing can change. If India ever becomes a developed country, it will be on the shoulders of these startup founders.
Correct. Yeah. So I absolutely agree with both of them. I think today we can't just be a nation of job seekers. We have to be a nation of job creators. And that can only happen in 2 ways. One is if we democratize entrepreneurship, And second thing is we have a consortium approach, right? So both what they have said is absolutely right. For example, for the AI thing, what we have started doing is there is hardly any Telugu Wikipedia. There's hardly anything available in Telugu on culture, etc., that is documented. So along with Triple IT, Swechha, which is a not-for-profit organization for open source, Ozontel and Meta, we have come up with a project, right, which is more in terms of how do you ensure that our youth actually go using an audio tool, record the culture of Telugu, the state itself, ensure that their food, their habits, their culture, their folklores, everything is captured. It's converted into tokens. The data annotation, etc., is done by the students themselves. I have 25,000 students of Telangana who are working on this project. IIT is bringing in the technology, etc. It moves from annotation to the next level of tokenization, and from there to the models, and then actually implementation. So it's a consortium approach that has come up to solve this kind of problems. And I can cite n number of problems because problems are huge. You can't solve the problem alone. And there is no competition, as rightly Professor said. It has to be a win-win. Then only partnerships work. Thank you.
I think that's brilliant. I know we are close to time, so let me just stop here to see if there are any questions from the audience to the esteemed panel here before we conclude.
Let's check. Any questions from anybody? Oh, yeah.
So we could take, if there are more questions, we could take a few questions together, and then we'll do one round, and then we'll...
This is a question for Professor Ram Gopal. You talked about the policies not being conducive to endowments, yet I believe, I think maybe under your leadership, IIT Delhi has a substantial endowment. Would love to have you shed some light on that, and how are some of the pioneers, some institutions, leading the way, and what type of endowments do they have in place today?
Thank you so much. Your name, please?
So we've got one question here. Are there any other questions? There is a hand.
Sir, the talk today is an eye-opener. Is there a concerted representation to the government of India and the state governments on how to scale up the quality in the higher education institutions? Why? Because as you mentioned, there are very few people like Raju Reddy Garu and the likes of him who are doing this. Government has to do that, and how do we make that happen?
We can take one more. Any other question?
We can start with the response. Yeah. In the meantime, I'll farm for more questions.
I think on the endowment fund, Shashi Reddy is here. He now chairs the IIT Delhi Endowment Fund, Endowment Foundation. We raise money, but today, in Stanford, for example, right, their tuition fee is only about 20% of their total income, right? And whereas in IIT Delhi, the tuition fee is only 6% of the total income, right? Because IIT education is completely free. In BITS Pilani, the tuition fee contribution to revenues is 90%. That's a different. You have one institution like IIT's, tuition fee only contributes 7%. Another set of institutions, same level as IIT's, but 90% tuition fee, right? The balance is what Stanford kind of institutions have found, where you have endowments which contribute almost 35% every year to running of the Stanford Endowment Fund, Stanford University compared to their budget. I think, that kind of a diversified model we need to develop. Indian government, right now all institutions are raising money, all of us are raising money, but not raising at a level where I can rely on that now to run my institute, right? We all have, somebody comes and funds a building, somebody comes and funds a scholarship, somebody comes and funds some center of excellence, but it's not sufficient, not at a scale where I can now tell the government that, no, you back off now, I can run it with my philanthropy and everything. That I cannot do right now. No institution in India is anywhere close to doing that right now. I think all of these representations are being made to government. In fact, IIT Delhi Endowment Fund, we launched it in President of India in Rashtrapati Bhavan with President of India chairing that entire committee, with Shashi Reddy's and, we were 20 people in the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Then we started working with Ministry of Education. Things are changing, but, the problem with government is the secretaries change every 2 years, right? If the same secretary continues a longer period of time, we could have gotten a lot of good things done. But this, constant change of bureaucrats, right, who don't have the skin in the game is the biggest challenge. If you ask me, one thing that we need to reform in this country, we need to reform the civil services, the bureaucracy, right? Until you, take away these bureaucratic kind of things now, I don't see how India will ever see, light of the day. All these policies, all that we talk about, when I find a good secretary, I can go and convince that guy to do something. But then once he is gone, then everything goes back to, I think the bureaucratic reforms are the biggest requirements in this country. And everything needs to start with that. And unfortunately, no government is able to take it up, right? So that's another problem. We are all making representations to government. If you look at I have been writing regularly in Times of India. I have been talking about it. I am representing things. Things are changing. It is not that things are not changing, but very slow, right? And nothing changes overnight in India. And I think hopefully, in our lifetime, things will become much better. This whole country lives on hope. If you take away the hope, there is nothing, right? So I think let's hope that, in the next 5 years, 10 years, things will be fine. So.
Thanks, Professor Rao. I know we are at time. So I think it's been a fascinating panel here. Some of the key takeaways that I have is, one, the problem that all of us are trying to solve here in a country like India has a huge scale element. And the problem is you can't wait. For the girl who is in a school today for a problem or a hunger, higher education, it comes with urgency. And so we are not able to solve it alone. Need for partnership there, which seems to be an important takeaway. Second is there is an enabling side around policy which really helps. Key partnerships around finances becomes important. There is also qualitative side to which talks about how do we let go to let come and make the partnerships happen, because if we stick to just our agenda, getting the partnerships to work is difficult, but we've seen a lot of that happening. I know that each one of the stakeholders out here has been creating impact, including the startup founders, where there is an immense amount of potential to kind of grow. I also see that some of these take time, and so I just want to end by saying, see, when we got independence in 47, life expectancy at birth in India was about 32. Right? Today, we are at about 67 to 70 for a 1.4 billion people. So the scale is large. A lot of these changes are happening at different levels, and I think it's been a fantastic conversation here. Thank you so much. Please do catch the panelists just in case you've got any doubts off the panel too. Thank you very much.
Fabulous, fabulous, fabulous. Thank you so much, Mr. Arun Nathan, for moderating an absolutely brilliant panel. Thank you so much to all our panelists. And to felicitate them, we have none other than Mr. Anil Godwani, partner, Green Era Capital, a very dear friend of Mr. Desh, Ms. Jayashri, and Raju Reddy Garu, one of the very initial supporters. And let me also tell you, the person you see on stage on paper is 60, but in terms of the energy and life he brings to wherever he goes, he's my peer. Right. Thank you so much. Very interesting points. Yesterday we heard Mr. Murli talk about after God, the entrepreneurs are the immortals. And then we also got to hear that entrepreneurs are the freedom fighters. And we also heard talking about how do we democratize entrepreneurship. And one of the most beautiful points that I heard is how do we customize the solution to the geography that we go to. So those were my takeaways, and I'm pretty sure we have exhausted pages taking notes. Thank you so much, Chief. Thank you so much. Fabulous. So now it's time for the next format. So we will have the skilling track, which will happen in the other hall. So all the students who need to go to the skilling track will have to go there. And here we will have the focus group discussions. We will be talking about entrepreneurship and scale. As Manish had mentioned, this is more of a workshop where we're going to put brilliant minds together on a table to come up with solutions to a problem that we will be defining. So all the students, people who need to go to the skilling track, request all of you to go there. Right? And hang on. Before we go there, few announcements to be made. If you scan the card that you have, if you scan the QR of the card that you have, it will give you information related to Kakatiya Sandbox, which you need to know. Second, it will also help you know the location of K-Hub so that you're able to go visit. If you choose to visit, let us know. We have a travel desk which will help you get there, make a visit, and then come back. And it also has the agenda details of what we are here for. But before we go there, we have Mr. Deshpande. You know, when somebody has two Desh in his own name, could only think in favor of the Desh itself. So please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as I invite on stage Mr. Deshpande for his address.
Well, good morning. Before I say anything, let me welcome a very special guest that we have among us today. Somebody who has attended every development dialogue that we have ever had in Nizamabad, and it is Raju's father who is with us here today. You know, Raju gets a lot of credit for Kakatiya Sandbox, but he goofs off in Silicon Valley, and the person who really contributes and makes everything tick is his father. Thank you. Well, you know, I think it's been an interesting morning. We've heard a lot of ideas, you know, from Brigadier's compassion to scaling, Gayatri's 100 crore organization, and a lot of different ideas of how we can actually bring about a change. We talked about scale and also immersing the changes. So we all see the world and we say, you know, it doesn't have to be this way, it can be better. And you all want to bring about that change. And bringing about that change is what innovation is all about. And so, when you bring about that change, sometimes that change has to be customized for local communities all over the place, in which case you have to bring about a change and then give the communities time to absorb those changes. But there are other changes which can scale across the country, across the communities, and so on. And, you know, we talked quite a bit about the startups this morning, the freedom fighters, and the people who are bringing about changes and so on. Let me draw the parallel between the social sector and the private sector. In the private sector, if we looked at the industry 100 years ago, there were a few large companies in the world, and things came in, and it took a long time before the changes happened. In fact, when telephone was invented a long time ago, it took about 75 years before telephones actually spread out throughout the world. And that change is now happening faster and faster and faster. You know, when ChatGPT came along, it took about 4 months. But now, DeepSeek looks like it's 4 days. Everybody knows about it. And what's causing that change, that rapid change, is what these freedom fighters, these startups are all about. 100 years ago, big companies came in, established their market share, and they moved at a certain pace. But in the last 50 years, the whole ecosystem has developed for causing change where entrepreneurs can come together and bring about an innovative solution that disrupts the whole change. Some big companies are capable of absorbing those changes and surviving. For example, IBM. IBM is an old company. It's done an amazing job of embracing these changes and keeping up with the world. Now, how do large companies actually embrace innovation? Typically, what they do is they're not very good in innovating themselves. Anytime you have a very large organization, particularly an organization that becomes bureaucratic, is incapable of innovation. So innovation always happens when a small group of people come together and bring about a change. So, but then how do you make it so that it's available for more and more people? If you're lucky enough as an organization to come over to change, you want to make sure that it's available to larger and larger people, and that's what scale is all about. So in the for-profit world, there is a very clear way to scale it. Either you go public and build a large company, or you become a part of the larger company, and the larger company will use its access and distribution channels to bring the solution to a lot of people. In the non-profit world, I see only two ways of how we can scale your organization. So there was something that was happening, you brought about a change, you want to bring about that change at scale to the whole country. If you want to do that, either it has to become a free market economy, that is, there is a financial gain to the person that you're trying to help, and then they pay for it. For example, all our skilling students that you see here who get jobs, they actually pay fees. And if that fee becomes larger than the amount of cost it costs you, it can become a free market economy. And then the free market economy will take over and bring that advantage that previously people did not have to them. Or it becomes a part of the government system, or a combination of the two. And so it's very important that all these different partners come together to bring about a change. And I know it's hard, because hard to work with the bigger systems to bring about that big change. But yesterday we had a very interesting meeting with the Chief Minister of Telangana. Raju Reddy had organized a meeting for us with CM Mr. Revant Reddy. I, Anil Godwani, and Jayashri actually had an opportunity to meet and discuss with him. And he actually spent a lot of time with us. And he's very keen on embracing that kind of model where a nonprofit invests money in coming up with these ways of not necessarily accepting the way things are, but bringing about a change, and then adapting it in a way so that the government can scale it throughout the whole Telangana state. And if we can do that, I think that can be a fantastic role model for how we can scale these things. And then organizations like the Kakatiya Sandbox can continue to be the R&D for the nonprofit world and keep coming up with different solutions. But like we talked about today, none of this would happen unless all of us come together and put our resources, our brains, our compassion, and our heads together. So thank you. Thank you very much for being here, spending so much time. And I really look forward to all of us. At the end of the day, I think none of us by ourselves can bring about any change in this world, because it's a complex world, it's a large world. And the fact that all of us can come together and feel good about bringing about this change and seeing that smile on people's face when they actually benefit from the effort that all of us put in. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. To the point, precise, and very clearly delivered what the whole idea was. Now it's time for us to create the forum, the relevant forums. All the students, I request all of you to move to the skilling track. You know the location, right? You have volunteers who will guide you. I want all the students and people of the skilling ecosystem to move to the other track, please. Thank you. On the way, if you really want tea and biscuits, it's being served here, so you can pick it up and go there. You have 10 minutes for you to make that transition. And here, we're going to have the focus group, the focus track discussion on scaling and entrepreneurship. And for that, we have Bharat and Bharat joining us, and they will be holding this fort together. So there you go. Check. 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 Okay, so Bharat, so your audience, I want all of your audience members to stay here, so you can call them out, ask them to stay around. Sure. You can ask them to come closer to the front row so that you're able to engage them well. Requesting that table to come closer. Right, requesting all the participants, all the focus groups to come closer, move to the tables that are closer, so that this conversation is going to be a lot more intimate, and I know this is going to be fruitful for sure. So all the students in the meantime, you can grab your tea and move to the skilling track, please. Thank you. All yours.
Hello. Hi all. And it's nice to have this discussion today, and this forum will be more productive and insightful for us. And today's focus of the forum is unlocking scale through
Okay, so I'm not calling it out as a tea break because we're running negative on time, but we also know the fact that tea and coffee needs to be served. So it's not a break, but you have a couple of minutes to go grab your tea, coffee, and biscuits and come back so that we can start the conversations. Thank you.
Then we'll start in 5 minutes. We'll start exactly at 12:10. Yeah, that's it. Let's wait for 5 minutes, I think. Let them come and మేము ఇక్కడే ఉంటాం అయిపోయినాక తాగేసి వస్తాం మేము 1 hour అయిపోతే ఫోన్ ఫొటోస్ దేనా
we can ask them. Right? You have to just make sure that they're going to come to the front and try to sit in.
I request the delegates who are here and who would like to attend this focus forum, please come on to the front tables, so it will be helpful. So the volunteers also kept the table numbers, so you guys can select on it accordingly.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Yeah. Please, whoever is interested in focus forums, we have 1 minute left. So I ask all the wonderful guys over here, please come forward and form the group. Please. Hello, hello. Hi. ఇది పనిచేయట్లేదు కదా ఇక్కడ? అదే చెప్పాం అనుకున్నాం. Yeah, so we have the names who are interested to attend this program. Would like to announce their names and to come forward for this forum discussion, which is going to start in another 1 or 2 minutes. Suraj Kumar Jaiswal and Santosh Vadepalli, Vinod Kaushik, Bharat Dhanpal, and Srija Khatta. So we would like to, them to form as a team. And we also have another teams. So hope you guys have heard these names and would like to request to form as a group here. And Raj Kumar, Akar Shraf, Nand Kumar, and Satya Bhavesh. So hope these guys also to come forward and form as a team for us to start the focus forum, maybe in another 1 or 2 minutes.
attend this focus forum very actively and contributed on it and give the insightful information to us. So we have the list also, which we have got it, that who are interested in this focus forum. So we would like to announce again so that the respective delegate can make their presence here. Shiva, Bhavanari, Jagadishwaran, Mahesh, Abhishek, Venkat, and Tarakeshwari, Isha Gupta, Tarun Agarwal, Manohar, Rajender Nalla, Sandeep Konam, Navyasri, Baba Moin, Bhavesh, Anurag, Vikram, J. Ram Sesh, Mahesh Jaju, Ranjit, Bhavesh, and Kardam, Rahul, Rajeshwara, Prasad, Nagasai, Jagadish, Ashok, and Mahesh. Yeah. So I hope you guys have heard the names which I have announced, and I would like to repeat again the names so that to make their presence here to the focus forum. And it's a spot registration who are also other guys are interested to attend these focus forums, which I have not announced their names, are also happy to present here and attend this forum. I see some delay, but let us wait for 1 or 2 minutes to make their presence who has gone for the tea break. Suraj Kumar, Santosh, Vinod, Bharat Dhanpal, Sri Raja Katta, Raj Kumar, Akarsh, Nand Kumar, Bhavesh, and Shiva, Jagadishwaran, Mahesh, Abhishek, Venkat.
Thank you, ma'am. Nice to meet you. you. ఆగా అందరు చూస్తున్నారు మరి నువ్వు. అయ్యో I'm giving speech now. Okay, done. ఇప్పుడు మనం అందరం స్టోరీలు పెట్టుకుందాం సరేనా పైన. ఫుడ్ ఇటు తీసుకోదా లేకపోతే కుర్చీలు వస్తాయి. అరే చల్లి సంజన నాకు ఫొటోస్ తీరా. ఎందుకు జరుగు కొంచెం. అరే నిల్చు. అయ్యో ఉన్నాయా? ఆగు మైక్ లేదు ఏం లేదు ఆగురి చెప్తుందా. కొంచెం ఆగు ఆగు. రెండుది ఇగో సంజయ్ నా ఇంకా రెండు మూర్తి So if you want to talk, please. Expected principal man. ఎటు చూస్తున్నాడు లేకపోతే ఫోటో పొందొచ్చు లేకపోతే నేను మాట్లాడేటప్పుడు అటు మంచిగా వచ్చింది. ట్యాంకు జల్తాయి. పోతుంది. ఒకటి దిగుతా పట్టు థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్ దించు ఒకటి ఆగు ఎటు పోతావు గిట్లా స్ట్రైట్గా దించు స్ట్రైట్గా దించే స్ట్రైట్గా దించే ఎట్లా ఫోటో మంచిగా ఈ ఫోటో మంచిగా సూపర్ డ్రెస్ నేను వెయ్యాను కొంచెం నలుగురు co-founder of అట్లానే
Hello, everyone. Small announcement. So it's time for lunch. The lunch is ready at the dining hall. I request you all to have lunch and come back soon so that we can start the next half of the day. Thank you.
Hey.
Check, check. Okay, fine. So, if your friends are still in the lunch area, you could actually request them to come and join us here. Because now we are getting into a very interesting zone, a space that a lot of people are investing, a lot of people are looking forward to. So before we start, I would request our volunteers to kind of help us divert all the people who have had their lunch to please come and join us in the main hall, please. Do we have in this room? Students, put your hands up. Right, I like students who put both their hands up. Nice, nice, nice. Lovely. So this segment is interesting because this is going to be all about entrepreneurship. It's going to be about the CREST program, which already has a seed fund from Kanvalekhi. So it's all there. Now it is about seeing what is it that we are able to learn. How do we take an idea to a stage from where people are able to trust you and put your money on? To all the students or first-time entrepreneurs who believe that they have a fantastic idea, between your idea and how we implement, there is this huge journey. And what we are doing here is to have a discussion around that with people who have been there, done that, so that we understand how do we get there. Okay. Okay, I still remember when I came to Hyderabad for the first time, I had to go to Dilshuk Nagar and I was lost. I only had a destination, I didn't know how to go there. But now if I have to go, I have multiple options. I know the route, I know the landscape, I can make the decisions that I want to make. So for students and first time entrepreneurs, the next 45 minutes is going to be very important because here is when we will be talking about what are the different ways in which you can go from point A to the point B, where your idea, the light of day. So that is the journey for the next 45 minutes. Okay. So all the students, wherever you are, I think now is the time you need to run in, because the panelists that we're going to be having for the next panel, they are pretty much your same generation. But what they have managed to achieve is mind-boggling, okay? So, I mean, I still remember somebody saying that, tell me who you are, but now there is a slight deviation. You tell me who your mentors are, and I'll tell you who you are. So that's the stage at which we are. So requesting everybody to quickly come closer to the stage, occupy your seats so that we are able to start this session as soon as possible. I know post-lunch sessions are difficult, okay? Correct? Right. It's so scary when the audience also acknowledges, yeah, it is difficult. I thought you would say, no, it's okay, we are energetic. But he said, yeah, it is very difficult. Thank you so much. But the energy that is needed as an entrepreneur, because every day it's like an entrepreneur is a hunter. Every day you need to go hunt and eat. You're not a salaried employee where money comes into your account every month. As an entrepreneur, you need to go out, hunt and eat day in, day out. So the kind of energy that is needed to sustain this madness is next level. And I know people in this room have that kind of energy. So all the students, at the count of 3, 2, 1, can you make some noise? Right, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so I love the discipline. I'm so happy that the students are not shouting, but at least when somebody requests you to shout, you should shout. Okay? All the students out there, at the count of 3, 2, 1. Not bad. Right? 1 is not a good number. 3 is a charm. So let's go for the second time now. Everybody, at the count of 3, 2, 1. Sounds like music. And this time, not just the students, I want everybody present here. Okay, not just shout, but put your hands up in the air, because I know that's one way to kill your sleep after a good meal. Okay, everybody present in this hall, you need to shout and put your hands up in the air at the count of 3, 2, 1. That sounds like music. So now let's proceed with this whole agenda for the next 1 hour or so, where the focus is going to be on entrepreneurship and how do we bridge the gap between where we are and building a successful firm. So, can I invite Parth Reddy? Parth, where are you, Parth? There he is, right? From Basar. He's very quickly going to be talking about his journey from being a student to becoming an entrepreneur. Okay. As I told, Development Dialogue covers the entire spectrum. People who have been there, done that, and now supporting people. 2 students who have just stepped out to become entrepreneurs. Big round of applause for Parth Reddy.
A very good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Sriparth Reddy. I am from RGKT IIIT Basar. And this is my 3rd time attending Development Dialogue. I have been since 2022 here. Firstly, I would like to thank people who have supported me to stand up here. I'm currently pursuing my BTech 2nd year, and I'm a EEE student. So let me start with my story. Firstly, I didn't have this kind of mindset of being an entrepreneur or start a big company to be part of it, or taking leads all the time and working as a team. As any other traditional student, I was always thinking of job, because that's what our society likes, right? Yeah, so I was of the same kind of student. Till 12th, I didn't have any much knowledge of this entrepreneurship term. This term, entrepreneurship, was introduced when I was in 12th by my IID coordinator, sir, who is sitting over there. So that's how I got introduced to these things. Till 12th, I was a normal student who was very good at electron and two things together to make some project. But it was still project itself. I never took it to the marketing level or never went into R&D, making things optimized. But soon after that, I was very much interested into UAVs, which you call as unidentified aerial vehicles. So they caught quite a lot of attention of mine. So I wanted to try those things myself rather than seeing a drone flying in any convention. I wanted to try those things on myself. So I saved 5 months of my pocket money or so when I was in 12th standard, and I got my equipment. My father was very supportive. So with the help of him, he being a launcher, I was being a test pilot, we failed actually. We failed for first 4-5 attempts. We couldn't have any drone or aeroplane fly in the air for the first 5 attempts. It was over 6 months of time, because I only make these things when I go home. But my campus is a hostel combined one. I don't get any time, because firstly, I didn't even have a workspace. And second thing, money was always a constraint. Because being a student and I'm not from a wealthy family, so I have to look for all those things. But my Telugu HOD, Department of Telugu, his name Ramulu sir, who was very keen and kind to everyone. So I approached him. I said, sir, I am Sripath Reddy. I make things fly basically, and I didn't even have a workspace. So I need to store my items. These are very costly. Can we get any help from campus? So he said, why go to administration? I'll give my cabin itself. He granted me a cabin, and it's been with me since 2 years. He didn't even ask his keys back. That's how he was very believing in me. And one more thing, as I was going in depth with this drones and UAV technology, there was lots of things coming up. As I was digging down, deeper and deeper, there are many technologies that are coming up. So I wanted to test them all just because of my curiosity. Till then, I didn't have any idea of starting a company, but I didn't have money. But as I said, the IID coordinator, who is Rakesh Reddy sir, he gave me contact to one school where I conducted a workshop and got some funding for myself. I didn't went to anyone. I just said, sir, this is this. I want some money to fund myself and start growing something. So he gave me contact. I went there. I gave a workshop for 2 weeks, and they paid me 35,000 rupees, which was very good for my first start, because it was like my first paycheck. And a single rupee in my life before that. But all I got is because of my sir. With that money, I bought some more equipment to improvise these UAVs. Firstly, they were manual. Secondly, I made it to go autonomous, meaning at my UAV here, it will easily reach my campus, which is 30 kilometers away, in a single go, and it will come back without any human interference. All I need to do is just a single launch. It was very developed by me, and I was looking for military technology which was there, because all of these things, if I go into deeper and deeper, they're getting more hobby kind of thing. But I wanted to make military graded UAV systems. I need very sophisticated systems. When I was looking for these drones which are being used by military, I found that most of them are imported, and few of there were indigenous drones which lacked features which I will think of if I was the first supposed to buy them. So I thought, why not let's make ourselves? Can't we? Again, there will be a constraint of money, but I can manage it with one more workshop, maybe one or two. And it worked, and we have been trying some concepts I don't want to go in more technical kind of way. So we were testing more kind of concepts, and I recruited a team for it, dedicated team. So we have been designing it from past 3 months or so, and we'll be finishing by 13th month from now. So which is 2026 March. That will be true. And the sole purpose was I don't want our India to lag in behind of this UAV technologies. The current warfare is not relied on soldiers mostly. It is mostly relied on drones itself. If someone is trying to hack the drones, they are using optical fiber cables to go in deep trenches to avoid interference from GPS and all, like Wi-Fi, strong radio signals. And it is an R&D, right? So it takes lots of time to go. But I wanted to do something else. So what I thought recently, I had my cousin's marriage. She had a marriage. So we had a problem with photographer. The problem was they couldn't deliver this album in time. They were in the studio for literally a month. So I thought, why? What's the problem? We asked them, they said the problem is not from our side, it is problem from this printing station. Why is that? I went deeper and deeper and got to know that there are few loopholes which are there, which is making this process of post event processes are getting very inefficient by the time. So I got invitation to participate in Crest Yuva program, where I participated for 2 days, 36 hours straight. And we were working like a together team. I got a feeling of working in an IIT, all from being in triple IT, because it was first time my campus conducted a hackathon like that. We never had a permission to move around after 10 p.m. from hostels. But we people were together there, and it was such a nice initiative from my campus, which we didn't expect. And after that, our team is called Capture. We received a grant of 15,000 rupees from Crest, this Yuva program. We were in third position, which again helped me to go in depth with this field of photography and printing market. I just optimized the things, and I also thank Ibadullah sir for optimizing my solution and way of approach to solving my problem of reducing this inefficiency in this photography and printing market. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Come. All right. So we are waiting for 13 months from today for the launch. And congratulations. Thank you for thinking without boundaries. Okay. He did not think about what if I don't get the money. That's the first thing we tend to think about. So thank you for thinking without boundaries and thinking of creating our indigenous drones where everything is in our control. Yes. Thank you so much. And to felicitate this fabulous thinker, little brain, I would like to invite on stage Damini Mahajan to please come on stage to felicitate Sripath Reddy. Team, music. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Lovely having you here. Now, The minute we talk about innovation, we talk about healthcare, one thing that we end up reading about online is cancer. The minute we talk about healthcare, we end up talking about cancer. Or maybe that's how Google is designed. Anything that you search, it eventually takes you to a page where it says that this could be a symptom of cancer. And our next speaker is somebody who's working towards negating that challenge. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I invite on stage Mr. Shubhendra Singh Thakur, an entrepreneur and innovator at heart, driven by disruptive ideas and a passion for biology. As the founder of Early Sign, he has been focused on making cancer detection easy, affordable, accurate, and endless. Inspired by Jack Ma's philosophy, his mission is to save lives and bring hope through impactful healthcare solutions. So, ladies and gentlemen, maybe the early sign, the early detection of cancer, which could save a lot of lives. Presenting Shubhendra Singh Thakur.
Hi guys, actually it's been a long journey for me, like 3 years from hours from Hyderabad to Nizamabad. I had a flight last night only, so maybe a little tired from it. But let me introduce myself. I'm Shubhendra Singh Thakur, the CEO and founder of Early Sign, which is, I can proudly say that, we're India's first ever biotech company which is working on early detection of cancer, even at stage 0, with just saliva sample. We don't need blood samples, we don't need tissue samples. All we need is your 2 to 5 ml of saliva sample, and within 5 to 10 or 15 minutes, we'll let you know that whether you are at risk of cancer or not. And we're just starting from oral cancer. We are pioneering into lung cancer, breast cancer, pancreatic cancer, colorectal cancers, and much more. And in 2022, we're the first Indian company which was actually invited for World Innovation Summit for Health, which happened at Qatar. And later on, we were acknowledged as one of the top innovative companies from Asia Pacific. And today, here we are, like working on something. Our trials are ongoing. Most probably in the coming 3 or 4 months, the trials would be completed and the product would be fully launched. So just imagine, in the next 2 years or something, when you go to a lab or a doctor, or maybe you go for a health checkup plan, and the person or a lab technician asks you that, sir, just give out your saliva sample. And within 20 minutes, I'll let you know whether you are at risk of cancer or not. This is what innovation is. And when we built the company, we always thought, ki, nahi, things should be affordable. Things should be actually something which could be scaled to masses. Because what is the purpose of a solution that doesn't reaches the masses? And this is what happened when we built the company, when we started working on a solution. We thought, okay, let's keep it affordable, something which could be bought at a price point of 1,500 or 2,000 rupees only. So can you imagine this? Biopsies still cost you 8,000 or 10,000 rupees. There are several DNA, RNA based tests which will cost you somewhere around 20,000 or 90,000 or even 1 lakh rupees. And they are not that much accurate. While our test, which is so innovative that within 15-20 minutes will let you know with higher accuracy of 98.4% of specificity and 100% of sensitivity that, okay, this person is at risk of cancer. But the story wasn't this. I started it out in 2018. I started the research, and before that I was working on an edutech startup known as Talon. So this whole story or building out this company has been a personal journey for me, because initially I never thought that I'll build space. But when my mother got diagnosed with late stage CKD, the doctors told her that either she has to go for a transplant or dialysis. But then I felt like, what is wrong with the current stand is that we wait to get ill, and once we are ill, we go to a doctor, and then we are like getting diagnosed, getting tests done, then we are going to get the medications and the treatment. What if we can detect the disease early on? What if we can detect even before it happens? And this is what Early Sign is all about. And the biggest thing that I have learned around this entire journey is, you don't build a successful company just all by yourself. The first thing you need, which is a very important, the most important thing, is a good mentor that plays a very crucial role to help you build a company, a good co-founder. Actually, I was discussing in the dining hall only. one of the person, she was asking me, ki, we have some clarity over the solution I'm building and all that, but I'm not that much who or what the co-founder should have, what skills that co-founder should possess. And the thing is, I told her that always remember, being a CEO, your COO or your CSO should be much talented than you are. He should be better than you. He should be intelligent than you. He should be experienced than you. Then only you can run a company. If you are looking for someone who had the same skills as you are not going to build a scalable company. You are just going to build an average company, die in either 3 or 4 years or something. So you have to focus on one thing. You have to hire a co-founder who is better than you. You have to have a mentor who has a passion for that problem you're solving. And remember one more core important thing. Start a company or don't start a startup just because you want to do it, because it looks cool or what trendy hai. Don't do that. Only build something if you have a passion for it. I've seen the problem. Because when you work on a startup now, the journey would be like hell lot of hard. It won't be easy. It will be very hard. You're going to cry actually. Because there would be times when you don't have money, you won't have support, don't have anything, and you will think about कि okay, अब मैं fail होऊंगा तो लोग बोलेंगे हम तो बोल रहे थे ये startup कर ही नहीं सकता, ये तो just इसका शौक था. तो just ऐसा ना हो, don't worry about what others would think, just think about what is the core problem you want to solve. Sell a story, don't sell a product. That is a core thing. अगर आप product बेचने जाओगे market में, nobody would want to buy it. Sell the story, sell the solution to a problem, then only people would buy it. Because product कोई नहीं खरीदना चाहता, लोग solution खरीदना चाहते हैं. And this is the thing. So the story has been all from 2018, 2019. I went to several investors. I started pitching to dentists and all. Nobody trusted us. And later on, the tables turned. Today we have the largest oncologist, the well-known oncologist in our panel, Dr. Vishal Rao, oncologist from US, oncologist from Singapore and all. Today the company is actually a multi-million-dollar company. We have recently raised a pre-series A of 2 mil from a very well-known investor, Kachalia. He is known as the whale of the stock market and a very well-known VC. So just to end this thing, I would like to invite my mother on stage because she is the source of inspiration for me. And without her, I don't think I would have even started this company or something. So, Ma, please. Because unke bina early sign ki kahani adhuri rahegi. And she actually has end-stage renal failure, but still she is completely healthy and fine. It's more a tribute to her that she helped me build this business. She helped me build this company into a successful biotech company from a small city of Nagpur. Thank you.
Congratulations, congratulations, man. Thank you so much. I mean, the conversation has been about entrepreneurship, and entrepreneurship has nothing to do with age. You never know. You might come across the fantastic idea very early, and then you're able to put together a solution towards that. To all the power to you. Thank you so much, madam. आप आज आए हमारे साथ, right? और thank you so much. इसको आपने ऐसे बनाया जो ऐसे है, right? And to felicitate, I would like to invite Manish Jaiswal onto the stage, please. And my biggest takeaway from what Subhendra was talking about is, and I think this is relevant for a lot of people, if you are the smartest person in the room, you are in the wrong room, okay? So what he said about finding co-founders who are smarter than you, better than you, is something that are able to do that. And thank you so much for sharing that pill of wisdom in such a simple manner. Thank you so much. Means the world to a lot of us. Thank you. Okay, now it's time for the next panel. And this is the panel that I know a lot of students and second-gen entrepreneurs have been waiting for. We are talking about a scenario. If I was a student entrepreneur today, he was previously working with Wunix Style and HCL, an advocate of longevity and wellness. He actively Wunix Style and HCL, an advocate of longevity and wellness. He actively shares insights on health and innovation. Fabulous, lovely having you here, please. Next up, we have Mr. Vijender Reddy, co-founder and CEO, Drink Prime. Is a co-founder, an IoT-enabled customized water purifier service trusted by over 100,000 users. Holds a master's degree in computer science and automation from IISc Bangalore. Before founding Drink Prime in 2015, he worked as advanced micro devices AMD in the compiler research team focusing on next-gen servers. There's a lot of things. 10 most innovative Asia Pacific companies of 2021 and featured in Forbes Asia 100 to watch. We are watching you. Fabulous having you here, please. And next up, we also have Ms. Damini Mahajan, somebody who's making a lot of dreams come true, because the gap between dreams and reality many a times is the funding that is needed. And she has managed to create that bridge for a lot of students. So please welcome on stage Ms. Damini Mahajan from We Make Scholars. And as a moderator for this panel, we thought, now that we want you to think like student entrepreneurs today, we thought the moderator should also be a student. So let's invite on stage Mr. Lalit Chandra from RGUKT Basar. So he's going to be the moderator for this session. 30 minutes, and let's get the timer on.
So, hey guys, hello to all the panelists, and hi to all my, campus colleagues out there who are eagerly waiting for this thing, I wish. So, today we are gonna discuss, everything that is related to entrepreneurship while being on campus, specifically on our campus. Like, I've got an opportunity to represent our campus, right? So, I'm gonna just use this to help you guys, to figure out your entrepreneurial journey from the ones who have already made it. So thank you for having me, Team KS. And so first, I would like to begin with a simple basic question. Like, we all see, fancy terms floating around, startups and ventures and everything. So the first and most basic thing, what I want to know personally is, what is an entrepreneurship? Like, who is an entrepreneur? What is the whole thing, whole buzz about entrepreneurship?
Cool. So thank you guys for having us here. It's glad to be here and sharing my thoughts about this. So coming to the question, it's a great question. So I have been thinking about this question. I've been doing entrepreneurship from last 10 years, and I just wanted to understand why am I doing this? What is the joy, what I'm getting it, right? So, but when I go and spoke to so many founders like Swiggy and everyone, right? Basically what I realized is entrepreneurship, the people who are trying to become entrepreneurs, it is not for money, it is not for fame, it is not, I would say, something to show off to the world that I did something. It is basically what came after, and this realization happened to me only when I took the Shabarimalai Mala. I realized that entrepreneurship is actually a way of life, right? When I see these people, right, I mean, like co-entrepreneurs with me, the way they think, the way they react to situations, the way they find the opportunities, right? It is completely like, you will find that person as a weirdo, right? I mean, when something is very clear to everyone, and this guy will be trying to find something different, right? And to be frank, in my college, I was that weirdo. Like, when people were trying to say they want to get a job, and I was like, what is this job and all, right? So when I started digging, I realized it is a way of life driven by passion, right? So what happens is, when you see theoretically any of the equations which an entrepreneur do, it doesn't make sense, right? Why does someone go crazy, waste 5 years of it, 5 years of your life building something which you don't know whether it will work or not, right? Instead, you better go and do a job, salary, and make money, right? When you see an entrepreneur in different lens. Not like for everyone, it is you will definitely get a good paying job, and I was also working in a paying job, right? So, but all of a sudden, on one day, I left my job and started going and delivering water cans on my shoulder, right? So I used to go to homes and start delivering cans. Then what happened is my parents were not happy because they were asking ki, what you have learned so much in ISC and then you're coming and lifting cans and delivering, right? How does it make sense, right? And for that reason, my dad did not speak to me for 2 years, just being angry at me saying that, why are you doing that, right? But the reason, understand what are the problems in delivering a water can, right? So unless I go and deliver, I will not know. So that is what I would say, the way we see, the way people see, the entrepreneurs see the world is absolutely very different from you, which doesn't make sense for a normal person. You'll only realize after 5-6 years or something why he has done it, right? So as Steve Jobs says, dots gets connected only from behind. So this is what it is, right? And it is all driven by passion. So that's my definition of entrepreneurship.
That's a really interesting take. And yeah, that's, we could relate to that. And I personally, as an ECE student, you were working at AMD, which is like a dream company for a lot of my friends sitting there right now. So yeah, that is pretty much interesting about what you think entrepreneurship really means. So talking about entrepreneurship, now I've got this question like, is it really possible for, anyone to become an entrepreneur? Like, is it really feasible? Can anyone become an entrepreneur? That's my question.
Yeah, as long as anyone wants to create value, right, anyone can become an entrepreneur, right? Like people can start from wherever they are, and can start with whatever they have, right? So I think just before this, there was a talk where people were talking about breaking boundaries, right? He was thinking fearlessly, the other person who built from here, this land, right? So I think anyone can become entrepreneur as long as he badly wants it to happen, right? So all it requires is that particular person wanting it badly to happen. So as long as that passion is there and the focus is on creating value, I think anyone can become an entrepreneur and everyone.
So so my take on that would be, I would disagree. I don't think everyone can become an entrepreneur because I think coming to his point, I think a lot of people feel it's cool to be an entrepreneur. So I think it's about the purpose, or doing it just to, have that recognition or, to be cool, or it's fun to run a venture. I think it may not be the right reason. So, but when it comes to skills, and what he said, everyone should try to become an entrepreneur, but the reason should be right, the drive should be right. And about the traits also, right? So when we talk about a founder's profile, right? Most of them you would see they are very, just before that Subhendra spoke about, there will be times you will feel like crying. There will be times you'll feel like giving up, right? So I think somebody who can, so just yesterday somebody was asking me, did you suffer a lot of losses in COVID? Because we started in 2015. So I said, isn't that what entrepreneurship is about? That you don't shut down when, it feels like you should shut down. So I think it's about resilience. It is about you should be able to go through the tough patches. And tough patches, of course, starting is the toughest. For every student out there, I can tell you, starting is the toughest. When I think about, even though I did it 10 years ago, you won't have money, nobody to advise. But then, of course, you get more of that, would say, soft corner, or, people give you more time once you are little proven, right? So nobody really gives you money, nobody gives you time, and like he said, parents stand against you. Negatives, right? Your parents are like, why are you not working? When your friends have got a job, why are you not working? Okay, so the entrepreneur is someone who can stand against those odds and be like, doesn't matter which direction the wind is, be there and, try to do it. So I think if you ask me, can everyone become an entrepreneur? Because you should feel, before you start, you should feel that, okay, am I ready for those low phases? A lot of people speak about low phases. A lot of time in the start, it doesn't feel, when you read stories, of course, there is a, video it was that, everybody sees that you're sitting in a Ferrari, but nobody asks how you bought that. I mean, what kind of hard work you did to buy that Ferrari, right? So nobody wants to know that. So many of you must be looking at the success stories. You might be looking at their today's glamorous picture, but then when you see the hard route, you should be thinking hard route today. Be okay with to go through that hard route. Be okay to not make any money for a few years, and have a very, let's say, in terms of lifestyle, or said you lifted cans, right? So you should be okay to do that sort of work. If you're okay, then of course you can be an entrepreneur. Yeah.
Yeah, that is great. That is very interesting, and it makes sense whatever you guys have told me. So, yeah. So the thing is, what I got as of now is we to work towards what we want to see in the world, right? So how do we see that? How do we come up with the initial idea as a student, especially? So how do you think we could come up with that idea? Our first idea when, we are trying to come up, finish our assignments, we are trying to submit our lab records and everything. But in the middle of all that, how do we come up with an idea that can, blow off the charts and everything?
I mean, if I were a student entrepreneur, right, like from my little experience, this is how I would approach an idea. Like first, I would pick a market which is big enough so that it will allow me to make multiple mistakes, right? Because at least I was not a genius to get it right for the first time. So, and because I chose a health specific domain which is pretty large, it allowed me to make multiple. I chose a health specific domain which is pretty large. It allowed me to make multiple mistakes, but still wherever I am right now. So I think the first focus I would do is pick up a big market, and the second one would be and there also should be a personal connect to the idea, right? Like completely, I don't think I can do something very random thing which I do not have any personal connect to, right? Because the journey, you have to be through the journey for a really, really long time. You should feel for a really, really long time. You should feel for the problem that you're solving at some personal level. So I think I would rate the and one, the idea appealing to you at a personal level so that you can sustain the highs and lows for a really long time. So these are the two things that I would look for in an idea.
Yeah. So my take on this is, see, for me, it was always been identifying the inefficiencies which are there in the world. So wherever you are, right, I mean, in any conference or anywhere like in your day-to-day lives, right, the idea could be just that, how can I make something efficient, which what you have with the current solution, right? See, once that could be a very good starting point where you would be doing some particular things in your profession or in your work and all, and you find seeing that there could be something better can be done about this, right? So that is a good starting point. The reason being, which I believe is, idea may not matter. It is starting which matters. Once you get into starting things, as you go along, as you go deeper into the problems and you start understanding better, right? Once you start off, basically your idea keeps evolving. You go into a direction where you would not be in anywhere alignment with what you started, right? So for me, idea is start off with an inefficiency which you're seeing, and then start from there. Leave about the business, leave about the market size, leave about anything. Think better than whatever currently it is, right? That could be the best place, and then start doing it. And as you are going along, you would be open to all the things what's happening around, and then see whether if it needs to be upgraded or it needs to be taken a different direction, right? But end of the point, the most important thing is start somewhere, then automatically into a bigger thing.
So what I would like to add on is, I mean, basically thinking from a student, let's say you are there, right? I mean, third year, fourth year. So I think ideas, first thing will not come sitting in a room. So yesterday somebody was telling, I want to quit my job and I want to start up. So I said, okay, what would you do after quitting your job? It's like, I'll sit at my room and I'll think of an idea. I'm like, this is not how you get ideas, right? So ideas are out there. So let's say, see if you're in college, you see around you, you will mostly get the ideas related to student. Let's say when I was there, I got a scholarship, me and Arjun studied with a scholarship for our masters in the UK. So we got an idea that, okay, there is no proper company existing who is helping students with scholarships. right? So let's create a plan. Or if not, I mean, if not every day, or if not, I mean, if not every day, at least your vacation time. You will get semester breaks 1 month, right? Or 2 months after your second semester, right? So those, that is the time when you should actually be out there working in companies to see the problems, because when you go out there in the world, that's when you will see problems. The third thing is about reading. It's very important that, you know, okay, DeepSeek came. You saw the news, okay, you know, one AI software came, right? You read more deeply, you know, one AI software came, right? You read more deeply about it. So anything, you know, not just about that AI software, but about, you know, what sort of companies are working in AI. So like my brother wanted to start up. So what I told him is, Y Combinator every year funds some companies, right? And they put a brief of every company out there on their website. Just go and read what those companies are doing. See, if you don't read ideas, how are you going to get the ideas? So one thing is around you in student market, in college. Second thing, you work for companies, see ideas there. Third thing is you read on, you know, everybody has access to internet. That's the, you know, blessing, right? Doesn't matter you are in a big city, small city, smallest town, village, everybody has smartphone now and everybody has access to internet. So you can, everybody can read, you know, what companies got funded, which idea got funded, or not just funding is not, you know, reading. Reading will give you that information that, okay, this is what I can do. So, yeah.
Okay, so now I've got a brief idea about it. I can say that for sure. And now I would like to, you know, specify my next, you know, query a little bit more. So while being a student, let's suppose it say I've got an idea. So now what's the next step? Like, okay, I've just got an idea, you know, while doing my assignment or something. Now, what do I do next? The immediate step. How do I approach, you know, to that idea? I need, you know, some inputs in this matter.
I think as soon as you get an idea, you should just go and build. That's it. Right? Do not wait for any auspicious day. Do not wait for funding. Do not wait for a great team to come and build along with you. The first thing is, like, I'll just repeat myself here. Start wherever you are with whatever you have. And like most of the times we keep trying to become perfect version of whatever we're building, right? And I think especially 70% is good enough. Like focus on shipping the product, whatever that product is, be it software or a physical product, right? Like I think build that first prototype with whatever resources that you have. And right, for example, the IoT that he's built, right? Like I think you can just buy a simple 5,000 Raspberry Pi and then you can start building on it, right? Like a lot of stuff can be done. So I think the focus, as soon as you get an idea, the focus should be on set a deadline for yourself, come up with the first version of the prototype. That's it.
Yeah, so to just add upon, I would say after you get the idea, it's about, as Srikanth was saying, we have to focus on building something like an MVP, right? I mean, to make sure that it is something, your idea coming into reality of the world and whether it is solving the problem, right? So when you're trying to build an MVP, the first question you need to ask yourself is, what do you know? And the second question you need to ask is, what do you don't know, right? So basically, a product building or a software building, right? It needs a lot of skills or it needs a lot of stuff to be done, right? Basically, I would say the college is a best place where you have your friends who are, I would say the whole class is different departments and all, right? Who are really good with couple of things. And the best thing is they also don't know that they know things, right? So that is what it is important, right? So when you are in college, you get access to people where if you go to the corporate, they would be costing you a bomb. But a college student's network is such a good place where if I want to build something related to hardware, coming to my example, right? What happened is I am a software guy. I have no idea about how to build an hardware, but I got the idea that I have to build something on this subscription, right? So for me, I figure out who can help me there. I reached to that student, and then I asked him to help me build that, what do you call in a Raspberry Pi. But for that, the bribing which I had to do is, I had to go and feed pizza every time whenever I wanted his help, right? So I just ordered pizza for him. I made him eat the pizza with me, and I asked him to write the code for me, right? So in that way, there's so many people who are resourceful in your college. Try to get them together. Of course, there is one way that you learn and do, but sometimes it may be makes sense for you to learn, right? So figure out a person or someone who's there around, or even professors are the best people who can help you. Build an MVP, which is a minimum viable product, and see test your idea whether this product is making sense, right? So that could be a very good starting point for it.
Yeah, so I think the guidebook, what next to be done, I think the process changes for everyone. So the first thing is, of course, when you got the idea, you have to do a lot of research. You have to read on the internet if somebody is already building it, is there anything you can do better, what is your product's differentiation. If it is a manufacturing, then you have to figure out the, where would you set up, what will be the pricing and things like that. If it is software, you have to figure out who will develop it, what is the differentiation, right? So I think the first, one thing which I think a lot of people may not agree with me, but maybe girls are more into theory and we are more geeks. So I would go with a business plan canvas. Because I think for my journey that really helped me, because all those things like, okay, what are your strengths, what are your weaknesses, who are your competition. So as an entrepreneur, we just see in one direction and we may not see, okay, what all things we are supposed to figure out. So that whole standard business model canvas, you put in the information and you keep doing it again and again. It gives you some, work for your brain that, okay, I need to figure out this thing. I forgot about this. I forgot about competition. I forgot about researching on this part. So I think that's one thing which probably every student should do. So there is a standard business model canvas available on internet. Take it, start filling it. Because every competition also I went as, when I started as a student, many of these entrepreneurship events also asked us to fill those canvases. So I think that's one thing you should do. Second thing is, of course, finding a co-founder. It's very important. Life is a life is a lonely journey, but entrepreneurship is even more lonelier, I would say. So find a co-founder who aligns with you, complementary skills, like Subhendu again mentioned before this. So complementary skills is very important. You are a good, you are a good salesperson, you can go guy, right? Or you are a coder, you are more of a back-end guy. You need somebody who can go out there and do the sale, right? So find somebody with more complementary skills. That should be the next thing. Money, I think, should be less of a concern unless you're going into a very heavy manufacturing business. Because see, most of the tech businesses, I think, can be built with passion. I mean, if Facebook can be built from a room, a lot of tech companies can be built with your skills from a room at very minimal cost. Most of them have a laptop. That's all you need, a laptop and an internet connection. So that should be the next thing. And yeah, like he said, come with a minimum viable product, do some sort of testing, figure out who your end customer is. So I have done a lot of experiments in my entrepreneurship journey. So I remember the first thing I wanted to do is start a smoothie brand. Okay, so I came back to India. So in the kitchen with a blender, every kitchen has it. I'll mix mango and pineapple and see what mango and pineapple taste good together or not. Right? And then I'll took it to every apartment in the building. So our building had some 10 apartments. So every 10 apartment asked them how is the color. How is the taste, rating, so wrote down. So I think that's probably how you test your minimum viable product. It can come out of garage, they say, or it can come out of the room. And you can do the experimentation at a very low scale, and that's how you test the market, and nothing very hi-fi. And once you launch it, then you can, of course, get that traction and initial interest. So, yeah.
That was a lot of information in a short span of time. So yeah, that conversation totally makes sense. Now, so as a student, how do I do, how do I find a market, right? How do I find like, this market has a lot of scope in it. How do I do that? Like even for businesses or, entrepreneurship, we need to find a market, right? Market research, market analysis, these are all the terms going on. So how do I find a specific market that needs a lot of work to be done?
See, okay, can I go first? Okay. So I think, it's not always about very large market you want to serve, because see, problems are everywhere, and as an entrepreneur, it's not about somewhere where money is, right? That's not entrepreneurship. Like he said, you don't do it for money. So I think at the end of the day, it's about solving a problem. It could be for a very small group of people they are facing some issue and you feel that, okay, I can solve it. Small group, not 100 people, but let's say 10,000 people in a village has some issue, and you go out and it's a problem in itself. So I don't think the perception should be to find a very large market which is investable, which investors would be very interested in. I think that's probably not entrepreneurship. But so I think it brings back to us on our second question, that how do you find the idea, right? So idea and the problems, wherever you see a problem, solve it. It is not very large market, you solve it in 2 years, reach the threshold, find new idea, right? So once you're an entrepreneur, you kind of get that in your DNA. So then you won't stop, you will probably find another idea, another problem to solve it. So you have any points on that? Yeah.
So like I said, I would again look for a large market. So don't get confused if all three of us are talking about three different things, okay, especially the students. That is because each of us come with our own baggages and experience, right? And all routes are good as long as they help you reach to your goal. So figure out what works for you. Don't listen to any three of us. Figure out by yourselves, right? And figure out what
market, idea, everything, right? So see, again, I am a live example where I've never thought about like water could be a market, right? Like which is drinking water. So it's again coming back to for me, it's again coming back to my same answer where I found an inefficiency, I found some problem and started digging into it, right? So it's all matters to start this all things, right? The playbook of what is the idea, what is the valuation, what is this, all things, right? I think when you are starting up, you shouldn't think so much about all these things. You just start, as Damni was mentioning also, right? You start, you solve it. If you see that it's saturated, go on to a next idea, and that's how it should be, right? So don't keep too much thinking and putting processes in place, putting everything in, right? It's all about get in and then see if you can do something better for the next person you have, right? So that's where, right? If you consider a quick commerce, how did it start? This happening one day, then they said that why can't I deliver it in 30 minutes? So like that, the things happen around you and they start and they figure it out where, and then now see it's equal to, I would say, competing with an e-commerce, right? Quick commerce, what people are talking about. So it's all identifying, starting somewhere, and then you will get into a point where these all you will able to see in front of you and can make sense for you, right? So, but the most important thing is start and then be on it what you are trying to do and try to affect a couple of people around you, their lives, right? Whomever you are trying to solve, the customer, end of the day should be happy and should be able to pay for what he's giving, right? I mean, again, pay is also a secondary thing, but it should be useful. But is someone ready to use what you're building, right? So start coming from there and slowly you will figure it out, all the other rest of the things.
That was great. It's really good getting different perspectives on the same topic. And it really gives a big picture of how to approach entrepreneurship as a student, especially. So now I'd like to open the mic for the audience to if guys, come on, if you've got any questions, this is your time. And yeah, we're up for Q&A now.
It's okay if you're shy to ask in front of the crowd. We'll be hanging out over there after the session, so you can come to us one-on-one also. Okay?
So you want questions?
Yeah.
You want questions? Yeah, there are questions coming your way. Don't worry. You want questions from the audience?
From the students.
From the students, you were very specific. Yeah. Students, any questions? Yeah, please. Yeah, absolutely. All of us are students on both sides of the stage.
So you're asking about quitting your job and going full-time into
Nahin,
entrepreneurship or quit the... Okay.
You start an
Okay.
idea and then it's not working and then
Okay.
you...
Okay. You
At
want-
what time do you pull the plug?
Okay, so I think, once you have tested the market for long enough, now long enough depends on, what the product is. Let's say if, you're in the water business, I think 3-4 months, right? You test it, and if it is not working out, you know that it's not working out. If you're in a niche software, which, you have limited clients globally, and, it's a very expensive product. So I think that long, because sometimes the first customer may not exactly be the right customer, and you have to go to a variety of people, right? So testing the idea, taking the feedback. If people are saying, no, it's a shitty product, don't do it, right? Then maybe go to some more people, because maybe those people were nonsense. Go to some more people if they also said, no, it's a bad product. And then you figure out that are people willing to pay? I think that's the most important about, because at the end of the day, somebody should be willing to pay. If not today, tomorrow. So when you see that, okay, people are willing to pay, good. If people are using it, but as soon as the money came into picture, they'll just start signing off or logging out and not using the product, then maybe it was not worthy enough. Yeah, so I think that's how you decide. You can add on your points.
I think we've kind of discussed the entire spectrum, when to start, how to start, and how to pull the plug. I think we lived the entire cycle in 30 minutes flat. Any more questions? Any more questions? Yeah, oh, we have another question coming from there.
How could you balance the need of profits with the need of social responsibility?
Okay,
So-
profits versus social responsibility. That's
Yeah.
the question.
Yeah.
And I thank you for not using the mic and still trying to be loud. We appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Anyone wants to go first? Okay.
Yeah, so if I hear your question, your social responsibility, right? So, see, I mean, to make the business sustain, profits are needed. So basically, I would say both should go hand in hand. And then when you are making a business, leave the product which you are trying to sell. You're already doing a social responsibility where you're creating jobs, giving someone livelihood, right? So starting something and making it sustaining is itself first as a step. Already you're doing a social responsibility where you're giving food to a lot of people, right? Now coming, of course, on the product, it will impact millions of it. Again, it takes, everyone has a different thesis altogether. There are like a lot of impact investors who are working to solve problems which are impactful. Some people are talking about the niche, which I would say, like for example, internet was, I would say, started 10 years, even thought about it, right? So that's different, right? But entrepreneurship is also already very close being socially responsible, right? So it comes hand in hand. It's my thought. Yeah.
I would just like to add, even at VMake Scholars, we all call ourselves not just for profit. So people ask, okay, what does that mean, not just for profit? So we say the same thing, that, balancing impact and profit. So see, so let's say, if there is a business call, you're selling a product where you can increase the price because now there are customers. But you feel that the end user, if you increase the price, some may not be able to use it, right? You are still able to meet your cost, you are still profitable, so you don't kind of become greedy to get more of the profit. So I think that's how you balance. So when there is a business call that, okay, this customer is giving me a revenue, but may not be as much revenue to make me, make more profits or increase my this thing, then you take the call that, okay, it's impact versus profit. If they come, against each other, and that's when you should take the call of, okay, let me balance impact. Let me choose impact. I'm pricing this person, but I'm pricing him only enough which he can afford, he can pay, and he can still use my product. So that's what we mean when we say not just for profit. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I mean, due to paucity of time, we will have to wrap the Q&A, but all of them are available, so you can always go back and listen to them. Thank you so much for the fabulous discussion.
Thank you.
And I'm pretty sure all three of you enjoyed playing the role of a student, looking at it from that
You
lens
made us
once
feel
again.
younger.
Huh?
You made us feel younger.
Oh yeah, thank you. Careful when you go down the steps. Right, so to felicitate this beautiful panel, thank you so much. You did a fabulous job. I think you surely came prepared, and that did show in the kind of questions you asked. Thank you so much. I would like to invite on stage Mr. Sashi Reddy, founder and managing director of Sri Capital, to please join us on stage. One thing that I want to mention about this gentleman walking up on stage is he has been the first investor in over 50 technology companies in the US and India. Okay, he's been the first investor in the US and in India, and he just not walk in just to give the certificates, but he also has a few questions to the panel. So please, all yours.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here. Such a great audience. What I wanted to ask actually, because I saw from the panel that you guys didn't tell your story, and I had a chance to talk to you both yesterday evening. So, I'm in a lot of events where you see software entrepreneurs. So I know a lot about software and tech entrepreneurs, but what impressed me the most was that both of you guys are completely doing offline things. So if you could say like 2 minutes about that, we have like a lot of interest. I know I heard you speak, Damani, but Vijendra and Srikanth. Yeah.
Thanks, Srikanth. So, I met most of them during the 2 days. So, to just summarize when we started off with our journey, we realized that a lot of people in India are consuming the water from bottled water, right? The 20-liter cans. And then we see that is not a safe way of consuming water. I would say 70-80% of India. So we saw that that is not the thing, and health also was getting screwed. To solve this, we came up with an idea where we install a water filter free of cost to the user, and we charge user per liter basis, right? So they can remove their water cans. Instead, they can install Drink Prime, and then it's an IoT solution where people kind of recharge it. It's kind of a pay-per-use model where you just pay for how much you consume. And then it comes to out that you'll pay much more less than even a water can which you're paying currently, right? So we have more than 2 lakh households and scaling up this business. We've been on it from last 8 years and scaling the business.
Thank you, Vijendra. Actually, so that's an example where, you can make big money from selling water, filtered water. So opportunities are everywhere. It's for you to find them. Srikanth?
Yes. So for me, the idea of Be Better, we're a consumer healthcare brand selling health supplements. So this came from a personal mishap where I broke my back and I was on the bed for like 2 months. So that is when I started reading more about health and what I was eating and what is available, etc. Right? So it started from a personal need, and this idea checked the other boxes that I had, like the large market, etc. So and that is when we started. Okay. India needs a safe supplement brand, and that is what we've been trying to build, and been at it for the last 5.5-6 years, and pretty soon taking the company public, and yeah, so the journey has been fantastic. So,
thank you, Srikanth. All three amazing stories. Dam, do you want to say anything?
Okay.
And to the students, right, I just have one word to say, right. Starting up in college has its own benefit, and one of the biggest benefits is finding your co-founder. So colleges are one of the best places to find your co-founders. So I think he found his co-founder in college. I found my co-founder in college.
I did too.
So that's it, right? So you have your answer. Okay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sashi Reddy, for joining us. Thank you so much to all the panelists. Thank you so much, Lalit. It's so nice to see the confluence of people who've been there, done doing it, and somebody who aspires to create something valuable. Fabulous. Lovely having you here. Thank you. So, next up, in Nizamabad, not just in Nizamabad, not just in Telangana, in India, if we have to talk about, across the world, if you have to talk about entrepreneurship, I think across the world, there will be one name for sure. And that one name is from Nizamabad. And I'm talking about our very own Mr. Fanindra Sama. So, Funny bhai. Oh, there he is. Okay. So when you're talking about entrepreneurship, how can you not hear it or hear his version on how do we go ahead and do hands together. This time I did not read your introduction, so that's a good change. So I'm a quick learner, am I not? Please put your hands together for Nizamabad.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Come on, get up, yeah. I'm giving you a chance to just get up and like move your legs and hands. Who wants to do that? See? Okay. So how many of you are student entrepreneurs here? How many of you are entrepreneurs here? Okay, how many of you want to be entrepreneurs here? Okay, fine. Okay, so I've been given only 2 minutes. They'll pull me out of the stage in 2 minutes. I'm wondering what to do in 2 minutes, but can you all help me? I want to know what has stressed you in the last maybe 1 month. Quickly, whoever wants to talk, we just have 2 minutes. The last 1 month. You can be brief, just tell what it is. Can we pass a mic there? Then mic, yeah.
Hi, sir.
Yeah.
So how to find a great mentor? That's
What? Sorry?
How to find a great mentor?
Oh, finding a mentor has stressed you.
That's
Okay.
one thing. And one more thing is, so how to avoid the trap.
Okay, got it. Because we don't have time. Just like a one-line sentence. Okay, it may be your personal life also. What has stressed you? What has made you stressful in the last 1 month?
Business organization structure and also a sheer focus of what to build.
Sheer focus on what to build.
What to build, like.
Okay, great. Next. What has made you stressed? Okay. Quick, the next person also please raise your hand while the mic goes there. Who wants to say what has stressed you?
Hi, Funny.
Okay.
Choosing between two things, decision making.
Decision making.
Yeah.
Between two things.
Yeah.
Okay. Which, okay, what, okay, Manish. Yeah.
Making.
Decision making, okay.
College ERP softwares.
Uh-huh.
ERP softwares in colleges.
ERP software.
Course registration, everything sucks.
Sorry?
Course registration, everything that, it just doesn't work.
ERP not working, ERP is not working and that is giving you stress.
It doesn't.
Okay, great. Okay, Naikji.
Yeah, hypoglycemia because of excess insulin. Yeah, I have a parent at home. If I'm not at home, I'm a little worried.
Okay, the real health problem is giving you a stress. Yes. There's one in the last bench. Usually the last benchers don't speak. They want to say something, so we should take it there.
Hair fall.
Hair fall. Wow, give me a big clap. Great, thanks. Thanks for being honest. Yeah. No, yesterday, many people in the audience will know, yesterday I was very stressed with my hair, the way it looked, right? So much so that somebody wanted to take a photo. I was saying, let's take tomorrow. My hair is not good today. But anyway, okay, thanks everyone. The reason that I was asking you this thing is, okay.
Sorry, but one last thing. This is not just for the last 1 month, but for quite time is sustainability and the future of the further generations.
Okay, future of humanity,
Yes,
and that we are not living sustainable. Okay, good. Yeah, thanks. And the thing that I wanted to say is, see, all of us want to be successful, right? We want to build these large companies, or, okay, some of us may not want to build large companies or build any company, but we are working somewhere. But we want promotions in that organization. We want to grow. We want to be successful. All of us have that aspiration. How many of us don't have that aspiration to be successful, to grow? None of us, right? There's just no hand here, right? So, because I have only 2 minutes, now only like 20, 30 seconds, the day is, You know what stops us from achieving all these things that we want to achieve? What stops us? That I want to be a manager in my company and something is stopping me from becoming a manager. What is that that is stopping me? Yourself, right? I would say it is your, see what stops us is our threshold of stress, right? What stresses us is what limits us. That is the place where we stop. Let's say you become a team lead for 5 people, right? You're managing these 5 people, you go back home, and then you tell your wife or parents or whoever it is saying, today I had a bad day, this guy doesn't listen, that guy doesn't do the project, this guy takes a leave without telling me, right? You're very stressed managing 5 people. Will your boss become a manager and manage 50 people? Will he tell you that? When you're stressed managing 5 people, will your boss come and tell you, okay, now you become a manager and manage 50 people? Will he tell you that? There's just no way, right? So what we have to do if we have to be successful and grow is increase our threshold of stress, right? Like yesterday, my hair was stressing me for some time, right? Then later I said, hey, I just don't care how I look, right? I want to be known by my deeds. Then I said, okay, fine, doesn't matter. Whoever wants to take photo, come take the photo with me, right? So there are some of these things, once we tell ourselves, right? I'm not going to let this stress me. And that's where we grow further, right? In business, let's say you want to set up a big coffee chain. You all know like Coffee Day, Third Wave Coffee, Starbucks. And so you want to set up something like that, right? You start with the first store and all things are going wrong. Electricity not there, washroom not clean, that, this and all. You will never be able to set up these 5 stores, hundreds of stores, in Starbucks case, in multiple. You'll just be restricted to one shop. So please, the first thing that you have to do when you all want to be an entrepreneur or even otherwise is be very mindful of what, right? If you can build an attitude where nothing stresses you, you'll really become very, very successful. You'll really become very successful because everything else can be bought. You don't know how to write software, you can get a software guy. You don't know how to do marketing, you can get a marketing guy. You don't have money, you have Shashi Reddy, an investor, right? But if you are fearful, oh, I don't know, this company will work, not work, this idea will work, not work, oh, this guy is not coming, nobody can help you. That's the only thing nobody can help you. If you're not smart, you can hire smart people. You don't even need smarts. What you need is courage. What you need, the courage comes when you're stress-free, when you're fearless, right? When you're fearful, you're stressed, right? So in 2 minutes, the only message I really want to give you is please practice being fearless. Right? All the big guys who build these large companies or big CEOs, they are to a large extent fearless. They don't have fear in them, right? So, you know Ola? How many of you know Ola? All of you know Ola. How many of you know the founder of Ola? Bhavish, right? He's an amazing guy. He set up like 3 companies which are worth more than like 10,000 crores in a short period of time, right? In a very short period of time, Bhavish. So somebody asked him, hey, when he was setting up this scooter manufacturing, somebody asked him, hey, you said you wanted to build a car, but Elon Musk may come and like start manufacturing cars here and he'll compete with you, he has better technology and all, right? I mean, it was a real threat. I was watching his interview on TV and like without blinking his eyelids, he just said with a lot of conviction, okay, fine. If he comes here, I'll go to US and then compete with him, right? It's just not a statement. It is coming with deep conviction within him, and that is coming because he is fearless, right? He's saying everything is possible. I am not scared because Elon Musk is coming here. And that's the pattern that I see in many entrepreneurs. So the first step for you to become really successful is to practice fearlessness. I'm saying practice fearlessness because it is practice. It is not something that we are born with. If you practice it, you get it. Yeah? Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you. Pleasure as always to listen from somebody who surely has walked the path long enough. Okay, so now it's time for the next panel, the sector that everybody has their eyes glued onto. I'm talking about how do we IT you through partnerships in Bharat. And for that panel, we have as moderator Mr. Vinil TK Ventures, a startup investment platform supporting early stage entrepreneurs with over 20 years of experience in technology and venture building. He has played a key role in mentoring and scaling up startups, a strong advocate for innovation and entrepreneurship. Vinil continues to drive impactful investments and ecosystem growth. Absolute pleasure to have you here. This is going to be interesting. Please, please. Joining us in this panel, we also have Mr. Karthik Tumu, founder, LiveSit. He's the founder and CEO of a construction technology startup established in 2021. He holds a bachelor's degree from IIT Kharagpur. Before founding LiveSit, he served as a CEO of Earth Design Build and is currently a board member of Elemental Reality. Under his leadership, LiveSit has developed AI-integrated SaaS solutions to enhance project completion efficiency for contractors and modular man. That space surely needs this help. Lovely having you here. And joining us is Mr. Anji R. Maram, founder and CEO of Critical River Inc., established in 2014 to deliver excellence in technology services, an alumnus of UCLA Anderson, BITS Pilani, and the University of Louisiana. He holds degree in business administration, computer science, mathematics under his leadership. Critical River has become one of the fastest growing private companies in the US for 4 years now. Passionate about innovation and leadership, he fosters a culture, I love the word culture, of empowerment, driving high performance teams and impactful technology solutions. I think it is a power-packed panel, and I hope we will be able to catch something and go back and implement. Stage is all yours.
You know a lot about me, Dan. I know.
Check.
Hello. Check, check. Hello. Hello.
Perfect. All yours.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you, Harish. I think that was a great introduction that we have, and it has been a long day for each one of you, and we have a session here. It's about, the context here is scaling IT in Bharat. Ideally, it's the rest of Bharat, and for that, I have two ideal candidates here. Both of them have set up companies across the globe, right? Anji Maram, you have actually set up companies in the US, Manila, India, and Asia Pac, whereas Karthik, you had actually set up in US and in India, right? So both of them, and yours is a startup, was actually very recently, and is on a path to get to about 10 million in revenue. That's not official, so I made it official, right? I don't think we are going to 10, but yeah. Right? And Anji Maram, you have over 10 building the company. So we have these two guests here who are going to help us figure out how do we scale IT beyond the tier 1 cities. So first question to both of you. So, just before we go to questions, so such a young crowd here. Thanks a lot. Good afternoon for everyone. We feel a lot younger being part of you guys. So I just want to give one solution to Fanish stress of hair. Fanish, both Harish and me can tell, if you shave your head, you are stress free. Okay, so wherever you are, I don't know you are listening.
They are solving the wrong problems, Chief. Absolutely. All yours.
Okay. All right, Vinil, it's all yours now. Oh, no, I think basically the first question to both of you is, what is your criteria in figuring out where do you set up your operations?
Anju, you want to go first? In my case, because we're a product startup, I typically look for skills. We're a product startup, typically I look for skills. Where is the ecosystem for skills that is available in my construction tech space? In US, I had to evaluate a lot of things. In India, obviously, Bangalore is a better ecosystem, but because my affinity towards Hyderabad, we chose that way. So skills takes the precedence over everything. Second would be the financial ecosystem or investor ecosystem. But the first skills comes to my goal.
Yeah, I'll just give a quick overview of what we do, right, as a context, because we are a technology services company. That's how we started. And we are a self-funded company. We have grown to like close to 1,000 people company. In terms of people, but one of the consistent thing that we always have issue is right people, right mindset people, right cultured people is very, very important for us. It's very tough to find those people with right mindset and right attitude. That's what we continuously struggle. That's what stresses us almost all the times. So I think, whether it is a tier 1 or tier 2, I think finding those kind of people is very, very important for us. But in cities, in tier 1 cities, with so much population, so much options for people, naturally, I think we all have to figure out a way to find that problem, find a solution for that problem, basically. So I think most importantly, one of the big thing that we always struggle is to find the right culture, right mindset people. That's what we look for. Yeah.
So if I heard that right, I think there are two things that I can hear here. One is the right skill, and the second one is the right culture. And if you put it right, you can actually find it anywhere. Right? And the country is evolving wherein I think culture is already there in tier 2. It's a skill that needs to be built. Right? Okay, great. So as I think I'd like to kind of put this to you, Anjigaru. See, the outsourcing industry has transitioned in the last few decades. It has gone on to migrate from US to tier Hyderabad, Bangalore, Delhi, and now it has crossed over 3 billion in revenues. And software innovation, startups, there's a lot of in startups. There's so much innovation happening in startups, but mostly confined to tier 1. How do you see either of these things transitioning into tier 2?
Yeah, so I mean, I'll take this one first, yeah. So if you look at it, the technology innovation is evolving, right? The need for right people is more and more now. It's very, very evident. The days where technology evolution happened in India, mainly in services area, was very, very different. Now, in India, there is a huge market that is created even within India, the customer base. And there is huge startup ecosystem here. And even as companies, solutions companies like us, where we focus on enterprise applications data, we also have an opportunity to create ourselves a very, very differentiation by creating some products and solutions that will help our customers, and then it will create a niche to go to market for us. In this space, we need a lot more talent now. But again, my basic thing goes to, again, the people with skills, obviously, right? Skills is needed. More than skills, I think any entrepreneur wants people with the right mindset and who can fit into the company, who can fit into the culture, and then do the right things is what most important. So I think with a lot more risks in tier 1 cities, I think tier 2 cities can play a huge role, especially tier 2 cities that are very close to tier 1 cities in proximity wise, and with the right infrastructure, and with the right startup ecosystem, and with the right universities around the tier 2 cities, and with some of the organizations like Kakatiya Sandbox, and supporting these students into the ecosystem. I think all these are there. I think those kind of tier 2 cities have a higher, succeeding in creating hubs, creating talent, and bringing a lot more companies like us into these cities. I mean, that's briefly what I can answer, yeah.
So if I heard that skill again and access to the tier 1 cities seems to be one of the, some of the priorities there. And Karthik, you.
I think what briefly university towns, I think good university, good education is the basic bone for creativity and curiosity. I'm sure, I know a lot of startups coming out of from alma mater in KGP, Kharagpur itself, who have incubated there and a lot of good ideas came in. So I think what you are trying to do here in IIIT and obviously supported with initial seed capital, that would be a great way to incubate good tier, I think. Good set of people with good capital or resources to go after.
Again, I think to the students again here, it is the skill and the education institutes that actually matter in order for these companies to come here, right? So as a follow-up to that, how do you guys think Nizamabad fares in what you're looking for? And in short, what does it take for you guys to come set up your operations in Nizamabad?
Looks like you are signing companies here. Raju Reddy gave the task to you.
That's one of my tasks here now.
Okay. So I mean, I think I answered this briefly in my previous response, right? So I think Nizamabad being very close to Hyderabad tech hub, and then stay here in Basra. And I think thanks to Raju Reddy and Fanish kind of people who have taken initiation in setting up the ecosystem where they are incubating the culture of technology, training, entrepreneurship. All these things are, very, very great things. And of course, I think the infrastructure also is being created here. So Nizamabad has a very, very high potential. Even a year back, we kind of looked at having something here. I think it hasn't materialized. I think soon we may have some conversations and figure out a way to, advantage of the ecosystem created here, take advantage of the untapped talent, especially with the right cultured mind, is what I think very, very attractive. And then all these are positive things here, even for Critical Liver or any companies to come and then take advantage of all these things, basically. Yeah.
So early stage, I want to scale at a scale, or if you want good ideas, good product companies to come in, it is more to do with skills and seed funding associated initial stage. But if you want to scale, you need to attract talent from across the country. And I briefly touched upon with you, Odisha has 17 airports, Chhattisgarh has, Telangana is the only one which has 1 airport. So I don't think without a good connectivity, you can attract great talent other than the local talent. And so that I think, if you really, I think Nizamabad has great settings right now with investor network, you have an entrepreneurship cell, you have a great university here, maybe Horn better, but I think without connectivity, I don't think you can talent pool.
So if I heard you right, I think, Anjay, you're ready to sign up with K-Hub right now. And you're waiting for the airport to come in so that you can set up your center here. But otherwise, I think there's a great companies here and there's a lot of opportunity for them to leverage Nizamabad as an operations center. That is awesome. So on a last question that I would have, obviously, with all the right ingredients that are present in Nizamabad, there is yet a lot to be done, right? So what steps you think we can take in order, either from the government, the education institutes, or in fact from the students, so that this can be a sustainable and thriving IT ecosystem here?
I think I'll probably bring a couple of points here. So one is, I think, when we try to look at hiring some of the people here, the right trainings that are needed for companies to leverage the talent immediately is very, very important. That can be done from the college itself, whether it is new technology, whether it is anything, right? So if you have that kind of training, for example, we always need right people-centric mindset and very data-centric. I mean, if they translate into skills, right Python, right SQL, if those are kind of trained at the early stage in the college, I think there is a high chance that, some companies like us can leverage. That means somebody in Nizamabad can take that initiation, like having that kind of training curriculums. And in correlation with some organizations like Kakatiya Sandbox could be, right? That is number one. Number two, I think I always believe, I know I stress on this attitude and culture many, many times because we all think common sense or mindset is very, very easy to commodity. But if it is inculcated into students' mind from the beginning, like college days, then I think they will have right mindset as they come out of the college. I think as part of the curriculum or as part of additional training curriculums, if that can be kind of inculcated, but I think if they can plant some seeds around those, I think that will add a lot of value. The third thing is having a right anchor for any company to start something is very, very important. That means having a right initial leader, either who is from local region, who want to settle here, is very, very important for any one of us to be successful, basically. I think if there is a way where some local communities or groups can provide those kind of people, because it's tough to hire those people from the market and all, right? Because we cannot bring people from Hyderabad or some other places and have them stationed here because they have their fund, everything set up there. But if somebody is here who is willing to grow, and then companies like us are willing to invest and then grow them. I think the fourth point I would like to mention here is, right, I think during these K-Hubs, during these entrepreneurship programs, it's very important to bring the entrepreneurship mindset from the college and even in the companies. See, I'll tell a story, right? I mean, Jaipur is a city where there was no software talent in the past. But somebody started a Salesforce services company in Jaipur. And now Jaipur became a Salesforce talent hub. The reason is when somebody started a company like 15 years ago, and then that company produced a lot more engineers, produced more entrepreneurs, naturally those people who came to a stage where they can start their own companies, they started their own companies in Jaipur. And then it became a good talent hub for certain skill, basically. Similar for companies who are starting businesses here, or for universities, or training programs, I mean, putting seeds of entrepreneurship, putting seeds of, taking that ownership, taking that commitment, taking the right execution is very, very important for to grow their market, their talent hub. I mean, that's the way I kind of do. I think if, of course, it could be association, it could be organization, it could be government. If they can take some initiation, I mean, people like us can give time very happily and then do the mentorship and then help, right? But somebody here has to drive those. I think overall, I think I can kind of summarize these are the things can be done from city standpoint, whether it is government, whether it is any association. I took a long answer because there is a lot of time here. This is the last question, that's why I took a lot of time, but that's how I kind of summarize basically, yeah.
So if I heard that, if you have that anchor person coming in, wanting to stay in Nizamabad, that could be the route of actually building the whole ecosystem here, right? Wonderful. Anything to add from your side?
Yeah, so I'll not be brief because of time, I guess. So I think we, with Phanindra Sama, with Mr. Raju Reddy, and a lot of Nizamabad entrepreneurs, I think you have some anchors here. If I remember the IT revolution, one of the things that happened at that point, I think we also have to credit a bit to Chandrababu Naidu in terms of number of engineering colleges he opened in just that point. He just created the mass public or the resources that have to be put in place, right? So at the end of you have IIT, you have IIIT, you have this, you have so many things going on. One is talent pool, one is other connectivity, and more importantly, there will be some outliers who will come out, who will form this ecosystem, who will be the pioneers in creating ecosystem. And hopefully that will come out of someone from Nizamabad actually has to do it initially, and then this ecosystem will build in. So I think that's the path. I think there is no magic. This has been repeated everywhere from Palo Alto to here. So it has to be done. Just that few of the very interesting people here, if they do it, I think it will be successful. Yeah.
Awesome, thank you. I think it looks like we seem to have all the right ingredients. We have the successful entrepreneurs like Mr. Raju Reddy Garu, Fani, and the ecosystem that they have actually, the platform that they have created is going to be an enabler for future. And it's a platform that is available for all the students that are here. And what you heard from both the entrepreneurs here is really the right skill and the right culture. That's the only thing that is needed. So it's an opportunity for you to go capture it and make Nizamabad your base. And so that we can get great companies like you to come stay in Nizamabad, build your operations here. With that, I'll actually open it up to audience for any questions that you have.
Right. So, any questions coming our way? Right. Whoever, I mean, we will take it back to the person who said hair fall is causing stress. It's the other way around. It's stress that causes hair fall. So, okay. Any more questions? Anybody? I know post-lunch sessions. Now we are post-tea. I'm pretty sure there'll be a lot of questions coming your way once you step down. So now I would like to invite on stage Mr. Sai Kiran Chanda from Sai Space, one of our sponsors, to felicitate our panelists present here talking about how do we scale IT in Bharat. A very insightful discussion. Thank you so much, and a big thanks for sticking to the time limits. It surely made it so much more easy for all the organizers at the back end to manage things. Okay, so all the people in the room, I want all of you to stand up and come to the front, first 2 rows. Everybody, quick. No questions asked. Everybody in the room, stand up, move to the front 2 rows right now. Everybody, quick. Everybody moves to the front 2 rows right away. Quick, stop dragging your feet. Thank you so much. Lovely meeting. Thank you so much. Thank you. I want all of you to very quickly come closer. The front 2 rows are yours for now, because the next 15 minutes is going to be very interesting, because the story that we're going to be discussing is something that can move mountains, or scale mountains rather. Okay, so all the volunteers, quick. Only the front 2 rows, no one else. The volunteers in yellow, in blue, whoever you are, walk in closer. The front 2 rows are yours for now. To all our friends standing there, you could also come and settle in. So the next 15 minutes are very special, because I get the opportunity to talk to a friend of mine who has achieved above and beyond what anybody could humanly fathom. She literally scaled mountains. Not the figurative ones, but the literal ones. So, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as I invite on stage Purna Malabat. Timer, give me 15 minutes. Give me 15 minutes on the timer, please. Thank you. Oh, acha. So Purna is saying taking the steps is for jujubes. You want me to hop onto the stage? I could do that. Come. Check. There you are. Okay. So to all the people who are listening, you can start the timer, please. So all the people who will listen to this conversation, it will look as if we are taking off from where we left the last time. Mana discussions vanni alage untadi. Yesterday's story that we heard from Purna, we know what you have been through. Thanks to the movie, a lot of us know what the story is. But what I want to ask you is, when you were scaling Mount Everest, you were the youngest. Okay? So there is nobody before you who has done that in that age. Okay? Was that a pressure on you, or because you were the first, you had no expectations, so you just went with it? Mind lo etla unde ekketappudu?
First of all, a very good evening, everyone. Very happy to share my experiences in front of you, especially in Nizamabad after a long time. So basically, at that age, I don't know that I am going to be the youngest in the world. That is, we don't know. Even my coach doesn't know. Even I don't know. Our expedition aim is to impact and inspire many more youngsters and school students of social welfare residential schools. So we wanted to inspire them through this, Mount Everest expedition. So that purpose we have started the training and expedition, and I climbed Mount Everest for that purpose. So, but yeah, honestly, I don't know. Maybe if I would have known that I'm going to be the youngest in the world, maybe a bit nervous or something would have been. Yeah.
Nice. So I think the biggest learning for all of us is stop thinking about whether you're the first or the second or the third. It just adds to the pressure. It surely does not translate into performance. She did not allow that to play in her head, and you know what she did. Okay. Yesterday you also spoke about mind and body being present at every point in time when you're scaling, you're going up, coming down. Can you talk a little bit more about that? Because that will be a great takeaway for us.
So generally what happens, I have a very good experience in my life till the day. Before my Mount Everest expedition, or before I started mountaineering this thing, I was a student and I don't have any dreams, but I had a dream that wanted to become a police officer. I didn't know that, specializations like IPS, IAS, like whatever the categories. I don't know, but I just wanted to become a police officer because everybody gets scared when we look the police officer. So that's why even I thought I wanted to become, a big a police officer like that. So, like that, sorry, I missed.
No worries. So what I was asking was...
Yes. So, mind and the body has to be present. When we were in school, generally my teachers used to tell us, every one of us, even I was like, a very a funny girl in my school, backbencher student. I used to make noise. At the same time, I'm a good student. Like I'm a good learner, a good student. But still, I do very funny things, and I didn't focus. Like mostly, I take everything is light. Ho jayega. And generally, I've seen many of my friends. They are like somebody when somebody tell them why you are doing this, you should not do this. It will not happen with you. You can't do this. So there are many people, especially the background, the place I came from is much more. Like, chinna pillavi, okada pillavi, why you want to do? You're a girl, you can't do this. You are not the person to do this. So these kind of things will happen, these kind of words we will listen from the surrounded peoples. So at that moment, I think being a mentally stable person and focused person, we need to do, I think we used to practice meditation, yoga every day, and that made us to be focused, very much focused on what we do in our life. So that we can't, divert our mind. And I'm the girl, like, many people will, tell me, Purna, why you want to do this? See, I'm going to climb Mount Kilimanjaro for the third time next month. And many people are asking me why you want to do it for third time. And my aim is something different. I wanted to climb Mount Kilimanjaro is from every route, every different route. So my aim is clear. Why should I, divert my mind? Why should I disturb mentally for someone's word? So I'm clear. So I think that mental stability is very important, and physically, obviously, we have to live young. So for that, we need to do a physical fitness. So whatever we do in our life, physical presence, mental stability is very important. I know everyone is entrepreneurs and founders, chairmen, so you know better. This is what I've learned from my 10 years mountaineering journey.
Fantastic. So our takeaway is your mind and your body has to come together, right? If you're physically there, mentally not there, it does not work. Or at least in this line, if you're mentally there, but physically if you're not fit, it surely does not happen. Okay, now, a lot of people talk about scaling, but tell me, how was it to come down? Because it's the same distance you have to come down as well. So once you go there, you spend your energy, you hold that tricolor, you feel great, but then you see you need to come down the same distance. How did you process that? How was the journey down for you?
So, as I said, going up is difficult, but coming down is more difficult part in mountaineering. So coming down is also from the same way. We will come back in the same way. There is no shortcuts in mountains. So as you go, same route we have to come back. But most of the accidents will happen while we come down because of the excitement of summit, that we have conquered something like big in our life. So that excitement and the tiredness will make us for the accidents. So for that, I think, but descending down will take less time comparing to going up, because going up will take more time because we have to acclimatize well. Our body has to adjust in that minus degree temperature, minus 30, 40 degrees temperature, and the altitude. As we go high, the oxygen levels will go down. So we need to catch that, the rhythm, or we need to adapt that altitude and everything. So our body has to accept that altitude and temperature. So we have to be very careful while going up. And we used to stay 2-3 days in each camp. So that's why it will take long time to reach the summit. But coming down, we don't need to stay in any camp. We will skip one camp between and will come down within 2-3 days.
Okay.
So that's how it happens.
Very interesting. Okay. So I hope all of you are able to see the parallel. Once you go to the summit, a lot of people, out of the excitement, kind of lose track while coming down. And in the startup ecosystem, we've seen so many people after the first round of funding, they kind of lose track. So I think that's a great parallel. Thank you so much, Purna. Now, you've done, it's not just Mount Everest. I mean, you've scaled all the tallest peaks in every continent. I'm pretty sure there must be one experience where you felt, I am done, I am dead. You've gone closest to that, and thankfully you are back. So how was that experience for you, and what did that teach you?
Honestly, that kind of situation I never faced. Maybe God grace and blessings of you all, my mother, father, everyone's blessing I can feel. There was not that kind of situations, but I faced a very bad weather conditions during my Mount Denali expedition, and that was my 7th summit, Alaska country lo undi. So that's North America continent highest mountain.
What's the name of the peak?
Mount Denali.
Denali?
Yes.
Okay,
So that is a 6,000 meter peak, and it is one of the most difficult and challenging peak. I can say more challenging than Everest, because for me Everest was challenging because I climbed it just 13. And Mount Denali is something special. They don't allow porters to carry any luggage, bag, or whatever we have of food, equipments, whatever. We need to carry each and every single item, every single thing our own. Almost 40 kgs of 40 kg of weight we have to carry in our rucksack, and we have to pull the sledge. So that is a very difficult part. Doesn't matter how tired you are once you reach the camp. Once you reach the another camp, it doesn't matter. We used to walk almost 6 to 8 hours it will take to reach from one camp to another camp. And definitely we become so much tired, and we need to change our dress, socks, everything, and we need to change, freshen up. And then it doesn't matter really. We have to pinch our own tent. We have to pinch our own tent. We have to cook our own. Everything, each and everything we have to do our own. So that's why it was most challenging. నేను ప్రాక్టీస్ చేసినప్పుడు ఐ యూస్ టు జాగ్ కాదు కానీ వాక్ విత్ లారీ టైర్స్ ఐ టైర్డ్ కట్టుకొని వెనకాల ఐ ప్రాక్టీస్డ్ హియర్ టు గెట్ ఈజియర్ ఇన్ మౌంటైన్స్. So that's how difficult that mountain. But I was very close to the summit at last day, almost 2 hours just away from the summit. I can't see because weather got changed. Suddenly weather got changed. Morning it was very nice, sunny, no wind. It was very nice day. But suddenly weather got changed, snowfall started, there was a chance of storm. Many people who already summited and coming back, they suggested us to, you should not go to the summit, please go back, weather is very bad. They suggested, and even our guides who was with us, they also asked us, let us go back. Then, you know, how painful it is. I think, I don't say it is a failure, but I learned something in my life, how to take this thing. So, it was very difficult and painful to come back from that close moment. But we came back. You know how much the efforts I put to climb that mountain, the money and the time, everything is gone. But I was only thinking of my life. నేను ఈరోజు బతికుంటే mountain will be there only. Thousands, hundreds of years, thousands of years. If I'm alive, I can come again and climb the mountain, the same mountain. So I came back, entire team came back in 2019. Then immediately next COVID has happened. And 2022, I again went to climb that mountain. So finally I made it. And I had a great weather.
That's the story. Many times when we start, the weather is very good, the market is very good, but the minute you get in, somebody sneezes in the US and the entire world catches a cold. That happens. But the idea is to go back again and conquer that. I just have 2 minutes. One last question. How do people who are along with you impact your journey?
So, they are very nice people actually. Mountaineers are great.
Right. But how does that impact you? Because I'm trying to draw a parallel with when you're working with a team.
Yes, sir.
In our kind of a setup, and when you're working with a team, you're climbing a summit, you're doing that maybe as an individual, but as a team, how does that help you?
See, I've learned teamwork, and I'm the youngest person wherever I go, any mountain. There are the people who are 50s, 45, 40s, 30s. I'm the younger one, and still they are very humble. And I can say teamwork is most important in mountaineering field or any field basically. But in mountaineering, we used to do all together anything, pinch tenting. I can't, I can pinch my own tent, but helping each other is very important in mountains. So that teamwork is very important. That I have learned from mountaineering. And the other thing is, patience is most important. Whatever we do in our life, anything. Maybe anything comes a bit late, but we have to be very patient and hard work, of course. And one thing I have learned is from this journey, see, I'm happy and lucky to have the people who can motivate me and support me. But the interest, that zeal, mujhe karna hai, main ye karna hai, I wanted to do, that interest should come from within. That self-motivation, whenever you get down or whenever you feel low, many people will encourage, but you have to decide, you should motivate yourself, then you can achieve anything. So that self-motivation is important, that I have learned from this journey, from the people around me. I have people, friends from different age groups and from different places, different country, all over the world. Yeah, teamwork is most important.
Thank you so much for talking about humility. One thing, whenever I interact with successful people, I see they are very humble. So my question was, do they become successful and then become humble? But then I got the answer, which is they become successful because they are humble. And I think that's one trait that you have demonstrated. Thank you so much. We'll stick to the time. And wasn't that a pleasure talking to Purna, ladies and gentlemen? Please put your hands together.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Always a pleasure. Requesting Jayashri Garu to please join us on stage to felicitate Purna Malawat. Please. Music.
By the way, my brother and my mother is here.
Brother and mother. That's the brother who's getting married?
Yes.
Oh, Purna's brother is getting married tomorrow.
No, not marriage, engagement.
Engagement.
Monday.
Engagement
Yeah.
tarvata marriage. Okay. He's getting engaged on Monday, but she still said, "I've given a word. I will surely turn up. Please, please, please join us on stage." I hope all of you are able to see the pattern. People choose to celebrate their success with their mothers by their sides. Today we've seen that as a pattern. We have seen 3 people do that. And I think this is a pattern that will stay. And I think that's something that we need to learn as well. Please. Rahul. Thank you so much.
I know Purna submitted the Mount Everest when she was 13. I started, I didn't climb, I trekked to the Everest base camp when I turned 50. And no. And then once I can I'm just compared to you, I'm a kindergarten, I'm not a, and then once the bug bites you, you want to go do it again. So I went to Mount Kailash, and then I did Gosavi Kund, and just a couple of years ago, when I turned 70, I went back and did Gomukh and Tapovan. But it's not about me, but I can understand when you live through this, when you share a tent with someone, and when you go through all these difficult things, your comfort zone broadens. That's what I noticed in myself. Congratulations, and wish you all the best.
Thank you so much for sharing that.
Age is just a number.
Absolutely. Nannu chusendiki cheppina mata specific ga. Right, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yes. It's about the bug. You allow that to bite you, and you consistently go back and do it time and again. Thank you so much, Yashiji. Thank you so much, Purna, and congratulations to your brother. You have a mountain to climb. Now that you're getting married on Monday, this is going to be a different mountain. I hope you successfully climb that. Now, it's time for the next Dreams Have No Boundaries. 3 people who are going to be coming on stage and presenting a very interesting story. We all celebrate this building, which is not just a building for a lot of us. It's a milestone. It's a story. It's the foundation stone for a lot of development that's to happen in Nizamabad. Yes, we are talking about K-Hub. We have 3 people joining us on stage to share their stories. We have Akshay Goharkar, Manager K-Hub, Anthony Mario Stephen, Assistant Manager Civil, Yangon Corporation, and Mohammad Asin Ahmad. All 3 have played a very important role in giving K-Hub the shape in which it is now and the shape it is going to take in the near future. So all 3 of you, 3 mics. There you go, all yours.
Thank you. Darshan, can you play the video? Audio. Darshan. Good evening, everyone. My name is Akshay. I work as a manager for K-Hub project in Kakatiya Sandbox.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. My name is Anthony Mario Stephen. I'm an ex-civil engineer for Kakatiya Sandbox. At present, I am working as a volunteer for this sandbox.
A very pleasant good evening to everyone. Myself, Mohammad Wasim. I am the civil engineer to Kakatiya Sandbox. I am the one handling the K-Hub presently. Thank you.
So let me start with sharing a story of K-Hub. So the story of K-Hub started way before the foundation stone has been laid in the campus. It was started in the minds of our founders Raju Reddy and Fanindra Sama 12 years ago when they started out in a K-Hub. But it was not taken as a shape in the physical shape, but it has taken a shape as an ideal. Next. So why K-Hub? So when we dream about an economic transformation, especially for a region of northern Telangana, which is in a 1/3 of state, cumulatively coming down around 1.5 CR of a population, we want something to be symbolized for a region of northern Telangana. As like you have a statue of unity for a unity and the statue of liberty which symbolize the freedom of USA, we also want something for a North Telangana, and K-Hub will be that economic transformation for the northern Telangana region. And this dream took a shape not just by us, but hundreds of Kakatiya Sandbox well-wishers who dreamt about this project and added a brick into our vision. From there, in October 2018, the idea of K-Hub landed in our founder's email by making it in the beginning of a journey, which is not just as a building of a concept, but built by people for a people, which shares the spirit of collaboration. Everyone connected to a Kakatiya Sandbox, from landholders to a community members, to government officials, employees, beneficiaries, designers, executors, and our donors, has put a vision to it, which we are trying to create here as a K-Hub. That's next. When we build something for a people of North Telangana or a people, it should be also reflect in the way of how we are building it. And then also it should be comes as So when we are building something for a people of North Telangana, it also should be welcome from the people of North Telangana. That's how we designed ourselves for a K-Hub. With this, we are trying to make out whatever the impact we have created over the last decade. We wanted to create 1,000 times in next 100 years within a K-Hub campus. But as every project is in a complex, making out in a K-Hub also was not an easy thing. From finding a right sort of a land to finding out a right architect and a designer who can envision our reality into our design was a very difficult task. And also we want somebody who understands Nizamabad geographically and weather conditionally also very well. And that's how we got our architect, and then from there K-Hub started envisioning. While designing the K-Hub, it was also sustainability also wasn't a major pillar for us. And then we decided to go for an Indian Green Building Council's Platinum Rating Certification, which is the highest rating building certification in India, which makes us IGBC Platinum Rating building for a campus. But let me tell you, K-Hub is not just a building. It represents a dream of a development, a dream of an empowering individuals, and dream of an innovation, a dream of a growth across North Telangana. It's a place where dreams will take a flight and where minds will build, create, transform ideas into a reality. So with all these aspects, when we complete out a design, then we were ready for our next challenge, which is executing it. And who better than Stephen, who will explain that part to you. Thank you. This is Akshay.
Yeah, thank you. అక్షయ్, నేను తెలుగులో మాట్లాడుతానండి. ఎందుకంటే ఫస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్ మేము ఈ ప్రాజెక్ట్ స్టార్ట్ చేయడానికి కారణం ఇది. ఫస్ట్ నాకు ఇంటర్వ్యూ తీసుకునేటప్పుడు ఏం చెప్పారు అంటే, ఈ ప్రాజెక్ట్ దిస్ ఈస్ ద ఫస్ట్ ప్రాజెక్ట్ విచ్ వీఆర్ గోయింగ్ ఫర్ ద ఐజీబీసీ విత్ ఫర్ ప్లాటినం అక్రిడిటేషన్ అనేది. మోస్ట్లీ ఇది తెలంగాణలో రూరల్ ఏరియా మొత్తానికి ఫస్ట్ ప్రాజెక్ట్ ఉండుండొచ్చు. ఎందుకంటే ఐజీబీసీ ఇట్స్ నాట్ ఏ సింపుల్ జాబ్ అండ్ చాలా వరకు మనము దాంట్లో కావాల్సిన క్రైటీరియాస్ని మనం మ్యాచ్ చేస్తుండాలా. అండ్ ఫస్ట్ పార్ట్ మేము ఈ ప్రాజెక్ట్ని జూలై 2023లో స్టార్ట్ చేసాము. మేము వర్షాలు రావట్లే కదా అనేసి ఎట్లయినా వర్షాలు లేట్ అవుతాయి కదా అన్నట్టు స్టార్ట్ చేసినాం. సడన్లీ ఏమైందంటే మీకు అందరికీ తెలుసు 2023 ఆగస్టులో వచ్చిన వర్షాలు 50 డికేట్స్ వరకు కూడా ఎప్పుడు రానంత పెద్ద హెవీ రైన్ఫాల్ వచ్చింది. సో చాలా వరకు మేము ఫేస్ చేసాం ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ ఫౌండేషన్ టైంలో. అండ్ మేము ఎక్స్కవేషన్ చేసిందంతా స్విమ్మింగ్ పూల్ లాగా అయిపోయినాయి, వాటర్ మళ్ళీ డీవాటరింగ్ చేయాలి, ఇదంతా చాలా అవుతుండే అనమాట. చాలా ఫేస్ చేసినుండే. దాని తర్వాత వర్షాలు అయిపోయిన తర్వాత మేము నవంబర్లో మళ్ళీ రీస్టార్ట్ చేసాం ప్రాజెక్ట్ని. సో నిజామాబాద్ లాంటి ఏరియా ఇప్పుడు టైర్ 3 సిటీలో ఉన్నప్పటికీ మనకి క్వాలిటీ ఆఫ్ వర్క్ చాలామంది స్టాండర్డ్స్ మెయింటైన్ చేయరు, ఎందుకంటే వాళ్ళ ప్రైజింగ్కి మ్యాచ్ అవ్వదు. బట్ వెన్ వీఆర్ గోయింగ్ ఫర్ ద ఐజీబీసీ 100% మనం క్వాలిటీ చూడాల్సి వస్తుంది. అండ్ ఐజీబీసీలో క్రైటీరియాస్తో మనం డైరెక్ట్గా ఉంటుందన్నమాట. ఆ మెటీరియలే యూజ్ చేయాలి. ఆ మెటీరియల్ యూజ్ చేయాలంటే మనకి నిజామాబాద్లో మోస్ట్లీ మేము చాలా ట్రై చేసినుండే, మాకు దొరకకపోతుంటే తర్వాత మేము అంతా ఇన్లైన్ అయిన తర్వాత మళ్ళీ మేము ప్రాజెక్ట్ అనేది ఆన్ బోర్డ్ అయింది మొత్తం ఫుల్ ఫ్లెడ్జ్గా. అండ్ ప్రెసెంట్ ఇప్పుడు ప్రాజెక్ట్ వచ్చేసి మనకి 30% అయిపోయింది. నేను ఇప్పుడు ప్రెసెంట్ కాకతీయ శాండ్ బాక్స్తో లేను, అన్ఫార్చునేట్లీ నేను ఇప్పుడు లీవ్ చేసిన అనమాట. ఇప్పుడు నేను ప్రెసెంట్ వాలంటరీగా నేను వర్క్ చేస్తున్నా కాకతీయ శాండ్ బాక్స్కి. ఎందుకు అంటే దిస్ ఈస్ ద ఫస్ట్ ప్రాజెక్ట్ విచ్ ఐఎమ్ డూయింగ్ ఫర్ ద ఐజీబీసీ. ఎవరికి ఈ ఛాన్స్ రాదు మోస్ట్లీ ఐజీబీసీతో ఈ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ ప్రాజెక్ట్ చేయడం. చాలామంది తీసుకోరు ప్లాటినం రేటెడ్ బిల్డింగ్స్. సో నేను ఒక వాలంటరీగా వర్క్ చేస్తున్నా. ఇప్పుడు కరెంట్ సివిల్ ఇంజనీర్ వచ్చేసి వసీం గారు ఇప్పుడు ఆ ప్రాజెక్ట్ స్టేటస్ ఏంటిది, కరెంట్ స్టేటస్ ఏంటిది అని ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేస్తారు. థ్యాంక్ యూ. ఓవర్ టు యూ వసీం గారు.
Thank you, Stephen ji, and thank you, Akshay. So, as the both Stephen and Akshay has said, I would like to directly jump into the current status of K-Hub. So, most of you yesterday have visited the K-Hub site, right? Is there anyone who did not visit K-Hub site? Please raise your hand. Those who did not visit, okay. Sir, only hardly 3-4 hands I have seen. So, we just had a small video. So, most probably we'll take you again to the site. So, the K-Hub is not just a small hub or a small campus. It is one emotion. It is emotion of North Telangana and it is the emotion of total nation. Because we are targeting a big hit like IGBC Platinum certification. So this is a hub which includes our nation's pride, our skill, our innovation, our entrepreneurship, everything. So coming to the K-Hub, we have almost done 70% of the work, taking the civil work and structural work. Remaining, we are just getting into the finishes. We have got the secretariat style working space. We have got the auditorium, beautiful auditorium with 150 capacity, where the students can exchange their knowledge. We have got incubation centers. We have got co-working space with 150 cubicles. We have got expo space. So most probably in the next year, the DD in Nizamabad will be at K-Hub. I assure you that. And K-Hub is not just infrastructure or not just a civil structure. As I said, it is bonded with emotions. As we speak, India is the only nation in overall world where we can see unity in diversity. In all over Telangana, you can see only one place with diversity, with innovations, entrepreneurs, and that will be K-Hub. So I grandly say, I proudly say, I honestly say that I am proud you all together are joining us, you all together back of us, and we are just leading the construction. But behind this construction, behind this emotion, that is you people who are giving us the potential, who is giving us the energy to work harder. And you see, as we have faced so many things to get independence, we are facing a very small issues, small natural calamities. But I assure you, on the Republic Day also, to our team management, I assured next Independence Day, August 15 will be held at K-Hub. Like here, now you are feeling the warmth of air condition, like you are feeling the energy light of this lighting, as you are feeling this natural air, like you are feeling this cladding and all. I am feeling the same thing every day at K-Hub. Even though I am far from my parents 600 kilometers, I am far from my wife for 200 kilometers, I am far from my son for 150, 200 kilometers, but still I can feel the joy, I can feel the happiness, I can feel you people, and I can feel the future of India in K-Hub, being in K-Hub, sitting in K-Hub, working in K-Hub. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for giving this opportunity.
Nice. Fantastic. I mean, you see the energy that they bring onto the table, and I'm pretty sure you will get to see that in the final structure of K-Hub as well. To felicitate, I would like to invite on stage Manish Jaiswal. Manish Jaiswal, even though now he is the CEO for Deshpande Startups, K-Hub till completion is still his project, right? So congratulations, Manish, for putting together a team that exudes energy and the spirit of K-Hub the way we always visualized it. Music. What a beautiful idea to bring the past, present, and the future together on the stage. Thank you so much. Lovely talking to each one of you. Thanks, Raksha. Thank you. Lovely. Now we have a couple of very interesting videos to be played. Console, are we ready with the videos? Please. There's one more video. Perfect. Oh, that's what you say. That's what you mean when you say serving it piping hot. That was shot maybe a little while back. It has been stitched together and presented already. A big round of applause for the photography team, please. Okay, now we are just 15 minutes late. We started 5 minutes late, so I'm negative only 10 minutes. I think that's bearable. That's something we can live with. So to deliver the vote of thanks, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Praveen Mutiala, head of Kakatiya Sandbox. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together.
Thank you, Harish. So good evening, one and all. So it has been a fabulous day of stimulating conversations, isn't it? And I'm sure each one of us carrying one or two minimum takeaways from this program. So I would like to thank each one of you guys on behalf of Kakatiya Sandbox for attending this wonderful development dialogue on 2025. So I thank all the panelists and moderators for the pertinent conversation that we had today and for translating them into actionable takeaways for us. Special thanks to NC Murthy Garu, Anil Godwani Garu, Srikant Pakala Garu, Vinil Nalla Garu for taking the time out from their busy schedule and joining with us on this Development Dialogue 2025. We are very fortunate to have our sponsors who have been supporting us continuously from many years, and special thanks to Sai Space and Critical River for sponsoring this event 2025. So this entire setup we did last night, but there is one person who visualized the entire setup 2 months before. That is none other than Manish Jaiswal. So he visualized each of the setup, and he also knows in and out of our team members. So he has delegated that, not only delegation, and he makes sure that the things happen. Even today morning, 4 o'clock, he is here. So entire 2 months calls and thing. So that is the reason the output is such like this. So thank you, Manish, and all the team members for putting their best efforts and making this program is a huge successful. A big thanks for our founder, co-founder Raju Garu and Fani for bringing all the delegates to here and for their contribution to Nizamabad and expressing their ideas, which helps us in coming months to develop the Nizamabad and other northern Telangana districts. So thank you, Raj Garu and Fani. So, and thanks all other departments. Frankly, they are not here, but other departments of government of Nizamabad. So from police department and other departments, they also helped us to conduct this program such a beautiful event. And finally, I would like to thank our MC, Mr. Harish. We are fortunate to have you here from consecutive last 3 years, if I am not wrong. So it's amazing host for keeping it very lively and for energizing the throughout the day, especially the second part of the day after lunch. So thank you. So I now request all the organizers come to the dais for photo session. So thank you one and all for making this program as a huge success, and we'll continue to see you in the next year also. Thanks Manish, and thanks team. So I'm not taking the team names as it is a big list. So we will anyhow meet in the evening, so we'll take that in the evening. Thank you. Yeah. So all the team members who are available, please come on dais. Okay, so we'll take the picture in the evening program. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. So the students and the volunteers, so from my bottom of heart,